Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. You just crossed him over and danced him.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Sorry, boys. Let me adjust the camera here. 1 second. How are we?
Hello, Matt.
How are the peaks over there?
We are having a great time.
It's a nice day. We had the garage doors open earlier, but we had to close them because,
Yeah, the lighting is...
the light's pretty bright.
Yeah.
When we're on the road, Nick likes us to
But
have the
it's not
sun
as-
right behind us.
He does. He loves
It's his
having the
goal
sun
every
behind
time
us.
we come on the road. Ooh,
Oh,
thank
just
you.
in time.
Matt, you're going to carry the crossover today.
Yep.
Oh, no.
The food just
well,
arrived.
Happy-
While we eat.
Happy Boo Year.
Yeah, no, you'll do a great job.
Look at those. Oh,
We believe in you.
look at
Okay,
these.
so for the Preakness Steaks, this is what I have.
Okay,
So,
never mind, John. Never mind. We can
um,
talk. We can talk.
I got
Don't worry, we can talk.
Oselli. He's the 6 horse. He's 6-1 to win. He's a deep closer. The thing about this Preakness Stakes is that the pace is going to be very fast. And so you want to make sure that if it's a really fast pace and the race falls apart, you have deep closers that you're betting. Oselli's a deep closer, had a really, really good Kentucky Derby. He was almost the 30-1 that won the whole damn thing. And he was one of the final horses to be in the Kentucky Derby. I also like Incredible. That's the other horse that's a Golden Tempo that I bet. Incredible. The big knock on him in the Derby was he hadn't run a race in 7 weeks. Well,
Matt, I have a question for you, not related to the Derby. Why am I holding on to your clothes for a day or 2 days, 3 days? Why don't you just leave it in your car?
Here's my thing. No. Let me explain this. So you guys are out west.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Famously.
And you are by the Shields over there. Am I
Yes.
correct?
We're like really close. We're like not even a mile away.
So what I'm
Blocks
going
away.
So here's my thing. It doesn't make any sense because later tonight I will be somewhere out in that western area. Okay.
Makes
So
sense.
my thought process is, well, why would I drive all the way out there,
Yeah.
do what I need to do, then drive back just to go back out west? I want to minimize the amount of times I go west, east. So I only
Sure,
want to do it once.
Snip, snap.
So
I
it's
understand.
it's one of those things where if I
Look,
just
look at the size of that wing.
dude, that is an awesome looking wing, by the way.
That is a huge
We're
wing.
smashing right
Are
now.
you a ranch or blue cheese man?
Blue cheese.
ranch?
Blue cheese.
Yeah, that's honestly the ranch and blue cheese of Unsportsmanlike conduct. It actually makes a ton of sense if we're being honest. So anyway,
You'll be out here.
I'm just gonna go back home and take an Uber out there. I'll just Uber out there initially because I'm gonna have to Uber out there eventually for later tonight.
Wait,
so
I'm confused. Real fast. So you're Ubering out to Village Point?
I'm Ubering out to Shields.
Wow, that is okay, interesting.
And then
So that's why you're going to leave it in the car. You're not going to have your car out here.
exactly. So then I'll buy the things I buy at Shields, leave it in your car, and then I'll make my way. I'll walk over to Twin Peaks. So I'm just gonna go home, shower, get dressed, go to Shields, buy my stuff at Shields, put my stuff in your car, hang out at Twin Peaks, and then when we're all done or whatever, I'll go out to where I need to go out west.
And then I will. Okay, I understand.
You
I
follow?
understand. I understand now. I thought you were driving out here. That's where my confusion
No.
lies. I figured an Uber was going to be involved for you this evening, given the way that you're talking about it. But I was like, why doesn't he just leave his stuff in there? And then when he Ubers back here tomorrow, he'll be good to go.
And it's honestly, too, like I have such a gas guzzler that it's honestly probably cheaper for me to just Uber out there as opposed to drive back and then Uber to where I might be later.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's my
Makes
plan.
sense.
Because here's the thing, I'm probably gonna buy a quarter zip, and I might buy a pair of shoes, and that might be fine to like carry around in a bag. But what do I do with all the fishing stuff I'm gonna end up buying? Like I gotta keep that in the car.
Those utensils.
Silverware, yeah, with the napkins. Thank you, Nick. Nick is running around right now,
Well, he should
doing
be.
a great job.
Yeah.
he should be.
He should
Nice.
be. It's his job. He's the director of video, and there's
He is
a
man,
director
Nick.
of video. What a guy.
That's your Philly.
Awesome.
what's there? Is he eating a Philly cheesesteak? That's what he's
He
eating.
went with a Philly cheesesteak. Looks like some jalapenos are on there, maybe some peppers.
Dude, I'm serious.
Yeah,
These
he's ready to
wings
go.
are enormous.
What are your top 5 favorite sandwiches?
Oh, good question.
All right. Italian hoagie, Reuben.
What's an Italian? Whoa.
Well,
Wait.
Italian, it's
So salami, capicola,
Yeah,
mortadella,
yeah,
prosciutto.
yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
So is that
good
a
muffalata.
a
I like a
muffalata?
muffalata.
Is that an Italian grinder or is it an Italian saw? There's a difference because the grinder comes with the slaw. You make the slaw with the.
I don't
with
know
the
about
meat.
the Italian grinder.
The
I don't-
Italian
you put-
grinder's pretty.
Wait.
elite.
The Italians put slaw on their.
That's what a grinder is. It's like like all those Italian meats, and then they put a nice little like slaw on it.
Do they?
It's called. Look up an Italian grinder sandwich.
All right, I'm going to look this up.
Grinder sandwich.
Well, you couldn't even get your top 5 in because Matt just interrupted you.
No, I want him to
Googling
break down the sandwich. See, look up the Italian grinder.
A creamy, vinegary chopped salad.
Yeah.
Interesting. I've never heard of that before.
Pretty great.
I've heard of the grinder, but I thought it was something else.
Italian sub.
Thank you.
Reuben, too. I like that from you.
Oh, yeah, Reuben. I'm a big
I hate
Reuben guy.
Reubens.
Love Reubens.
I love a Reuben. And I never eat marble rye any other time than eating a Reuben. Like, I've never had marble rye in any other sort of sandwich before.
Pumpernickel.
What?
That's the type of bread, right?
Yep.
Oh, I thought it was a marble. It's not a marbled rye.
Well, it can be.
Fair enough. What's your third?
Max says Matt does have an interruption problem, doesn't he?
You guys are in. Did you not say carry the crossover and John is chopping down on wings right now?
Hey, they're really good, Matt.
They're
Sorry.
really good.
Yeah, they're really good.
All
All right, so how many sandwiches
What did
have
I
you done?
say? I said
I don't know.
Italian and Reuben.
Italian and Reuben, muffaletta.
Okay.
Wow.
It gets tough, doesn't it?
Well, now we're getting into the realm of what is a sandwich.
I was going to say, like, does a chicken sandwich, like a fried chicken sandwich, count in the sandwich territory? Because when I think of a chicken sandwich, from the standpoint of sandwiches,
Sure.
it is in my top 5. But, Matt, when you say what is a favorite sandwich of yours, my mind just never thinks of a chicken sandwich. Because that is more in, like, the burger kind of category.
Right.
Do you understand what I mean?
No,
here?
I totally understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Because when
I'm
you
happy.
think sandwiches, I think you're more in the sub area. Your mind
Bread,
goes to sub.
100%.
Yeah, it goes-
Sandwich bread.
You honestly,
yes.
when I say sandwich, you think of a hinged. Is it a hinge sandwich a little bit maybe in some cases?
I mean,
100%.
it's almost too. Well, it's really not that close. I'll go with a pastrami and mustard on rye.
Dude, I think that is an elite pull from you.
I love pastrami.
I love pastrami too.
Tim says it's called a sandwich. I'm going
a
to
text from a former colleague. Corned beef is the goat of lunch meats.
Was that severe?
No, it's someone else who's very into his proteins.
Oh yeah,
Loves
that guy
his
does
protein.
not like vegetables.
He does not like vegetables.
I hope he's doing well.
I know he's doing well because he's tweeting about corned beef. Or he's texting about corned
My
beef.
dad.
I like
Tell that person
pastrami
I
better
said
than
hello.
corned beef, but
I
I will
agree.
not turn down corned beef.
My dad makes a corned beef we're used to when I came home from college. He hasn't done it in a while, but he makes a good corned beef sandwich. So you got Italian Reuben, a muffaletta, a pastrami. What's your fifth and final sandwich?
Oh my God.
It's a tough one.
I got to think about that because there's so many different
Are
options.
you going to do a hot dog?
No.
Well, again, we kind of eliminated the whole chicken sandwich burger.
Yeah.
We're
We've
gonna do the hot
we've
dog
eliminated
thing.
that big time. Josh, what's yours?
Come back to me on
Okay.
that. I got to think while I eat another
We'll
wing.
go to
All right,
Peterson.
not going to lie. Stibbs has some ones that I'm going to include on here.
Okay.
He says a club sub. I love a club sandwich. I know that it's very basic, but I love club sandwiches. I think that they're excellent. I like it when they have the little toothpicks in them as well. He says fried chicken. I guess fried chicken is back on the menu. A Popeye's chicken sandwich. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Of course, that is in the
can
top
I be?
5.
I had Popeyes 2 days ago. It was the best Popeyes I've ever had.
Incredible. I'm not surprised by this news, Matt. Popeyes,
It's
people
so
are
good.
starting to talk about it more, John. I don't know if you've seen this or heard about this.
This is not fair. I can't retort when I got a wing in my mouth.
Yeah, now Stib says egg, sausage, and cheese. I was thinking of a breakfast sandwich. I will go with bacon, egg, and cheese on a croissant. Man, oh my gosh, that is absolutely incredible. God, I don't want to keep stealing everything from Stibbs, but he has grilled cheese. Who doesn't love a grilled cheese? If Severe's listening right now, he's probably yelling at me. What are you, a child? Yes, I am a child. I like grilled cheese sandwiches.
Dude, I should upload the grilled cheese sandwich I made the other day. It was like from Chef with John Favreau.
Yeah.
It was. I killed it when I was sick. I made grilled cheese with tomato soup, and it was elite.
Yeah. Sinilar
Such a-
says club sandwich is basic. If you gave one to a small Victorian child, they would lose their mind. That's true. If you time traveled, any of these food items would destroy the medieval people. I think I have 4
Agreed.
sandwiches. I don't
You
really
do.
know if I have even know if I have another one. That might be my chicken parm. Is that a sandwich?
Oh yeah.
Well, it can be.
It can
chicken
be
parm.
a sandwich.
Yeah, but I'd rather just have the chicken parm as the chicken parm with
Fair.
the sketty
I mean, yeah, I like
and
both
not
of
the
those.
sandwich.
I like both of those, but I just needed a fifth. I needed to fill it.
Well, I needed
like
a
you.
fifth,
Once
but
I got to 4, it was kind of hard.
I know it is. It's difficult because then you realize, I might be eliminating all of these different sandwiches.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a tough. Okay, so for me, and maybe there would be some controversy here, I would go a hot Italian beef dipped with jardinere.
Oh, there you go. There you go. You just hit the last one for me. Thank you.
That would be like that
No.
is my number one.
Have you ever done at Al's? Have you ever done the Italian beef with the Italian sausage?
The Italian sausage and beef combo. Yes, the best Italian sausage beef combo in Chicago is where I grew up. It's on Toohey Avenue. It's called Dear Franks and Niles. They have the best Italian beef and sausage combo of all time.
Best sandwich in Skokie, Matt?
It's the best. It's the best sandwich in Skokie. It is incredible. It's incredible. Also, too underrated. I'm going to sound stupid, but take my word for it. As an Italian beef pro, a little ketchup on your Italian beef actually is pretty good.
No,
believe me, just a little bit of ketchup
because
is
you
pretty
get
good.
once you dip it in the and you gotta sink it in the gravy, and it comes out sopping wet. That's all you need, man. And the jardinere, you got the oils in the jardinere. You don't need the ketchup. Ketchup.
I'm telling you,
from
it's
Chicago.
It's pretty great. It's pretty good.
Yeah, you're from Skokie.
Yeah,
I mean, it makes sense.
That's
am I right?
That's a Skokie take
move.
right there.
Big time Skokie move, Matt.
Okay, so number one would be Italian beef. Number two, I guess, a cousin of the Italian beef would be the prime rib melt. Okay, different cuts of meat, but kind of the same concept, right? Beef sandwich. Now the prime rib melt having cheese, the Italian beef not having cheese, but still kind of the cousin to the Italian beef, the prime rib melt. Number two would be a fried chicken steak sandwich. All right, whether it be with gravy, whether it be with marinara sauce, whether it be with peppers. I love anytime you get a fried chicken steak and you get a nice quality bread. I would put that number three. Number four for me would be a carne asada torta. Okay, kind of a nice little kind of Mexicano bread, carne asada, followed up by avocado, pico de gallo, a little bit of lettuce. You put it on a plancha, you fry that down, you get a bit of a hotter sandwich. And then I'm going to lose people here, but I love it. I grew up with it. The Subway cold cut is my favorite.
Hey, Jared, get me one of those cold cuts.
I'm not ordering it from Jared, all right? I'm not asking for a side of pedophilia, all right? I'm not asking for that, all right? I'm just asking for the cold cut, all right? I'm just saying.
Didn't think I'd hear the P word at the
I don't
show
disagree
today.
with a couple of those, but
yeah,
I look at it what I'm trying to do, like, am I going to eat the meats from the Italian sandwich by themselves?
The meat.
Not really.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be between the bread. But like the fried chicken steak, the fried chicken or the chicken fried steak sandwich, I'd rather just have the chicken fried steak.
Somebody that we all know
Get the bread out of here.
Somebody that we all know very well has texted me and say, wait a second, I've been to Dear Franks and Niles. How did you butcher a place that you grew up at and that I've only visited? I didn't butcher it. Dear Franks
Would
and
you
Niles is
butcher
awesome.
the name of it, or
No,
the
I
order
said
that you
no.
did? Oh, your weird ketchup crap.
Well, you just put a little ketchup there.
That's disgusting.
No, you
It's
don't.
good. I'm telling you, trust me. It's just a
No.
little bit of ketchup on
By the way,
maybe on
why?
mainly on the Italian beef and sausage combo, not on the beef. On the sausage combo, absolutely.
I think the message boards might be right about Matt. Tay writes,
Oh my goodness.
I'd like you guys to know that Cindelar and I are also having lunch, and it feels like we're all having a meal together, and it's very nice.
We are having a meal together.
This is pretty cool.
Ooh, J-Man goes, just texted a photo of the Italian combo and a Maxwell Street Polish from Al's last month. Man, what I would do right now for a Maxwell Street Polish.
I have never had the Maxwell Street Polish.
Same.
I mean, it really just separates it. It's the char. I mean, plus the grilled onions,
And
right?
the grilled
onions are what makes it. But the Maxwell Street Polish, I mean, it's got to be it's big, right? That's what makes it a Maxwell Street.
It's
just
great.
a massive
I'm
Polish
sure it's
dog.
great. Yeah.
It's
It's
one
just
of
when
those-
I go to Chicago and if I don't get the Al's Italian beef, I feel like I've missed a trip.
You know what?
Really?
For me, that's Lou Malnati's. I'm just such a Lou Malnati's deep dish.
I love
pizza
Lou's.
guy.
Don't get me wrong. I love Lou's. But my thing, when we go to Wrigley Field, I hit up the Al's that's right down Clark Street.
Matt, have you
from,
gone?
or is it? Yeah, just down Clark Street from the ballpark. Just a tiny little place on the corner. Get me the two meat, the Italian meat combo.
And you're good to go?
Good to go.
Matt,
man.
if you had the place in Chicago, it's like something meat grinder, oven, pizza grinder.
Yeah. Okay. So it's the brick oven. I know what you're talking about. The deep dish place.
Overrated.
The Chicago brick oven grinder. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And that place is overrated. Am I right?
It's a tourist attraction.
Oh man, I was so disappointed by it. What is it called? Pizza grinder. I'm going to look it up.
It's the Chicago oven
Chicago
grinder.
Pizza and Oven Grinder Company.
Yeah.
So I went with my brother and his girlfriend at the time. This was about a decade ago, and I was so pumped. This is a place, John, where you put in your name, and it's like a 3-hour wait.
Yeah,
so you do it early, and then you just leave, and you go to a bar or whatever. Like I think we went shopping, and I was really excited because it looks like a chicken pot pie.
I've seen this
of pizza. But here's the problem that I have with it. It's super bland, and the meat is just grinded up.
Yeah.
I mean, hence it in the name grinder.
It's
like
hot.
there's not like pepperoni
It's almost like a
on there.
meat sauce, like a spaghetti meat sauce.
It's
100%.
basically a bolognese. It's a bolognese, but now the bread is pretty good.
The bread is really good, but I was just so disappointed that it was like I wanted a topping. I wanted the crunch of a pepperoni or something in there. Instead, it was just ground up sausage.
The problem with the Chicago brick oven grinder pizza place is this: so many people talk about it, and it's so popular, and it's a long wait. And so when so many people talk about it, and there's a very long wait, you go in with the expectation that you're going to have an incredibly high quality, high tasting deep dish pizza. And you walk out of there and you just don't get what you thought you waited for and what you thought everybody was so like talking about the place for. So
I was a fan of the bread appetizer thing more.
Yeah,
it was
that
like
they give you
cheese bread.
Yeah. It's pretty. I mean, that appetizer is good. I know what the one you're talking about, but it's one of those things where if that place wasn't as popular and it was a 15-minute wait, you'd go in and you'd be like, hey, I had a good meal. I
Weird
enjoyed
place,
that.
cool place. That's
fine.
Fine.
But I'll say this, you're there for the
There's
ambiance.
too much hype.
I mean, that place is, you like wood, you like mahogany, you like dim lighting, you like history.
Yep.
That place is pretty elite.
Yeah,
just
give me the deep dish. Just
go to
Due's or to Gino's East.
Gino's East is elite. Now,
I love Gino's East.
Now, I like Pequod's. Pequod's, though, you got to get the pepperoni, the deep dish pepperoni if you go to Pequod's.
I've never been to Pequod's.
Pequod's is pretty good. Your dad, your brother should take you there.
Yeah, he lives over by Wrigley.
Well, but Pequod's is south, right? Isn't Pequod's more Sox territory?
Yes. And if you're going to go to Sox territory, you got to go to Rico Benny's. Rico Benny's makes a breaded steak sandwich with marinara sauce.
Oh, I've heard of this.
It's highly heralded. It's considered one of the best, if not the best, sandwiches in all of Chicago.
Oh, wow.
I worked with a former football player, John Yurkovich, a former defensive lineman for the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Green Bay Packers. And I worked with Yurko. And Yurko, big guy, and would always be eating sandwiches. Like, he always orders sandwiches if a part-timer was working.
Mr. Sandwich.
Dude, if a part-timer was working for him, Yurko would get him food. So he came up to me, and he goes, hey, kid, you ever have Rico Benny's before? I go, no, I haven't. And he gave me a whole sandwich. And then he goes, where'd your dad grow up? I go, oh, south side of Chicago. He goes, here, give him this one, too. So he gave me 2 Rico Benny sandwiches. It's the best. It's probably the best sandwich I've ever had, hands down. It's insane.
Better than the Italian beef.
I think pound for pound, if you're trying to replicate like a sandwich from place to place, it's Italian beef is number one. But if we're talking specific individual this place sandwiches, my number one would be the Rico Benny's breaded steak sandwich.
Stibb says that the OG Pequod's is Lincoln Park.
Yeah, I believe he's correct there. Granted, I've never been to the original location. It's only ever been takeout for me.
Okay.
And I forget.
I've always wanted to try it because Stibbs has bragged about this for years.
Well, and the other place that Stibbs always talks about, man, I can't remember if you've been there. Is Oshaval. Have you been to Oshaval?
No, but I mean, I think Stibbs was on Oshaval before Oshaval became Oshaval. Because now
he's been talking that place up for years. And here's my hot take. Small Cheval is better than Oshaval because it's more of a traditional sports bar.
Yeah.
And the fries, in my opinion, are way better at Small Cheval.
What about Poshaval?
I haven't been to that one yet, but I'll check it out.
Oshaval, I want to clarify this, by the way. Oshaval has always been super popular. Like, Oshaval has always been a place.
Is it more popular now,
It's just TikTok got to it. You know?
First time I had it was COVID.
Darn that TikTok.
TikTok got to it, and in particular, Barstool is in Chicago now. And they have a kind of food guy. His name's Large. I think he's a great content creator, and he loves Oshaval. And so he's just really been propping it up a little bit more. And now that place is really becoming more mainstream in terms. And by the way, always super popular. people will always have liked it, but now it's getting to the point where it's like if you're a tourist, you
That's
think
where
of I
everybody
want to
goes.
go to Oshaval. Yeah,
I
so-
like it. It's good.
I've never been.
I,
I've never been there before.
I would rather, like, Matt, if you were in Chicago and I was coming to visit, I'd say let's go hit up Small Cheval. I had a much more enjoyable experience at Small
I mean,
Cheval.
I think the number one thing, if anybody were to visit me in Chicago, I wouldn't necessarily first take them to like the nice sit down places. I would just take you to all the hot dog shacks I like. Like we would go to Wolfie's. That's my favorite place that I grew up eating a hot dog at. We would go to Deer Frank's in Niles. But Deer Frank's is more of a Italian beef gyro place than it is a hot dog place. I would take it a Super Dog, which is over there by Nagel. Kind of on
Super Dog's the one that packs it in the box, right?
Super Dog packs in the box, and that's the one where you pull up to the window, the old school window place where they bring the meal right up.
I've never heard of this place, but I'm in.
It's so sick. Well, I honestly think that the Super Dog is great, but they have a thing called Super Cheesy, which is their cheeseburger. But their toppings on the Super Cheesy are cheese, mustard, relish, and sport peppers. And it's a weird combo. You'd be like, really, no onion or no like ketchup, but I'm telling you, relish, mustard, sport pepper, elite on a burger. And then I would take you to Colonel Mustard's, or I call it Colonel Mustard's. It's called Mustard's Last Stand. That's the hot dog place right outside of Ryan Field in Evansville.
Yeah, I've heard about this.
That is the classic OG pre-post Northwestern football game. You go to Mustard's Last Stand and you get yourself a nice little hot dog.
First
Those are
time
the
I ever
places
had
I would take you.
a hot dog at a place. Is it Portillo's is the main one, right? That
Portillo's is the big chain.
Yeah,
so I triggered people because I ordered a plain hot dog.
Of course you did.
I was sweet on this girl at the time who lived in Chicago, and I told her, and she was very disappointed. And then I don't think anything ever happened because of that.
Shocking.
Yeah.
This is crazy. The person that we know that went to Deer Frank's like accidentally, they had something it's not Happer. Okay. It's kind of only specific to Frank's. You guys ever have a cheddar bacon sausage where it's like it's like a sausage and it's like a cheddar sausage, but you wrap it in bacon when you make it? It's so good. It's
tasty though.
It is like a Deer Frank's and Niles thing. And it's like, you don't get it all the time. You get it as like a nice little like sweet treat. I would have you guys have that too. I think that one of the most underrated foods in Chicago has to be the gyros. I think Chicago does a gyro really well.
That makes sense because it's a pretty strong Greek population.
There is.
Love gyros, man.
We used to go to this Rodides. It was over. I don't know if it was in Greektown, but it was over by the Soldier, near Soldier Field. My dad knew the owner of Rodides, a Greek place, and he would let us park there for Bears games. So we would park in the parking lot of Rodides. We'd come back and we would eat there after Bears games. And I mean, I've had so many great gyros. There's another place called Sisteria that I grew up going to. Incredible gyro. I have a tough time having gyros elsewhere. And like when I go to Lincoln or in Omaha, because the gyros are so good in Chicago. I think if you're in Chicago and you're ever thinking, I'm gonna have a gyro, I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Interesting.
So
by the way, there was a comment a few moments ago from Jimmy Allen, and he said, I don't know if I've ever been this hungry in my life after listening to this segment.
I mean,
shout out to us.
That's the one thing where it's like, Chicago does not have it does have a lot of great sit-down restaurants, and don't get me wrong, like the nice fancy white tablecloth, they got plenty of that. But I think the versatility of kind of that like grub that they have, like Chicago's if you love just beef and meat and cheese and like
I
sauce
texted you a little bit ago,
and a little bit of just like a little spice, like a little, not spice, but hotness, man. Like it's such a good grub town. It's so good.
Awesome.
It is. It's fantastic.
And when you guys come to show, I want to host you guys in Chicago one time, and we'll have Martino's Pizza, and that's like your classic Chicago tavern style pizza. Like obviously you got to have Lou's, but you've been to Chicago enough and you had the deep dish pizza. Start looking for like thin bar pies. I think people would like thin bar pies way better from Chicago than deep dish.
I've had all the mainstream deep dish places, so I'd love to try the off the beaten path ones. Because what are they? Lou Malnati's,
Lou's and Giordano's are the two.
And then there's one more, right?
There's
I wouldn't call Gino's. I'd actually call Gino's a little bit off the beaten path.
Really?
Yeah, because there's only a couple locations.
There's like
Lou's.
2 or 3. Yeah. There's Gino's, John. There's Gino's and Gino's East, right? If I'm not mistaken.
There's Gino's and Gino's East.
Yeah, and there might be one other one.
And then there, obviously the OG is Pizzeria Uno.
Yeah.
I've never had that.
Due,
I've never had
which
that
of
one.
course then it became the chain.
Yeah.
Uno, the chain.
Duets.
Giordano's has kind of, well, they've become kind of a chain now.
Gio's is a chain.
One of our listeners one time,
Duets
Matt,
is so good. Duets is.
one of our listeners mailed us. Remember that? They mailed us pizza one time.
Oh, yeah.
They sent us, was it Lou's?
No, it's Lou's. It was Lou's.
Like way back in the day, in the early years of the grow.
Yeah, they did.
There's a website called Taste of Chicago where you can get like Lou Malnati's pizzas, and you can actually get the Vienna beef with the Chicago relish. You can get the full hot dog.
Oh yeah, my wife
packet.
got this for me for her birthday many years ago.
When I came back
Got the
from
hot dog package with the pizza.
when I came back from Chicago in the winter, in like late after like Christmas, I brought and packed Lou Malnati's pizzas. And I bought them like literally 20 minutes before we went to O'Hare. I went to the original Lou Malnati's in Lincolnwood, went to the original place, and I got 4 frozen pizzas, and we packed them in a cooler, put them in my suitcase, and we brought them back. It was sick. It was so good. And on it, like the Lou's frozen pizzas are not to the quality of Lou Malnati's.
No.
But it's still great. It's still better than any other deep dish pizza you might get elsewhere. Like that's how good it is. And
Speaking of great food.
Yeah. Sadly,
Holy
we used
crap.
to have Pudgy. Pudgy used to do deep dish here in
yeah,
Omaha.
R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Wasn't there a Chicago
was really
dog
good.
place that was around here in Midtown? And I
Yes.
think yeah.
Yeah, and
Chicago
there was
dogs.
also one in Lincoln too, downtown. It didn't last very long.
Stibbs
though.
with a great take. Giordano sucks. I don't like Gio's. I
It's fine.
don't like Giordano's at all.
It's fine, but you can tell it's chain. you know?
Now, if you go to the United Center, they have a Giordano stand, and they give you a full thin crust pizza there at the United Center, and it's a really good thin crust pizza. I think Lou Malnati's thin crust pizza is actually underrated. And not that people don't go to Lou Malnati's and get a thin crust. Do it. You won't regret it. You will like it a lot. It's really good.
Speaking of good food,
I can't
I'm
wait
almost
to
done
be
with
there.
lunch.
I'm watching you
almost
guys
done.
eat right now. That food that you're eating looks phenomenal.
I'm telling you, I mean, look at the size.
The size of these wings, Matt.
I mean, that's the leg or the
Yeah.
leg end, the drum.
I
Huge.
I
Oh my
made
gosh.
my own char buff wings last night.
Look at you, Matt.
I baked wings.
Wait, you were like standing? I thought your foot was out of commission.
No, I hobbled on over to the grill, and I
Nice.
look at my char buff wings I made right there.
Nice.
Look at
Look
that.
at you.
Look at that
Those-
side of chili right there.
It just looks like baked beans.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what chili is. But
I'm happy, Otson. I was trying to say, and speaking of great food, and people, you guys, Matt just keeps turning it back on his own self. I'm trying to talk about the deliciousness of Twin Peaks, Matt.
I can't wait to be there.
Somebody mentioned a couple minutes ago, get the fried pickles. I love fried pickles. You know who else loves fried pickles? Mike Stibbs. Stibbs, come on out here, and we'll all share fried pickles together.
Have you guys had a
That
beer
sounds
yet?
great. No, we'll do that in a couple hours.
God, I want an ice cool Budweiser.
Come on out, man. I can't wait to see you. And put your clothes in my car for some reason.
Well, and my fishing gear. I got to get a couple
And your
chatter. I got
fishing
to
gear.
get a couple chatterbaits.
This is unhinged.
Well, I got to get some spinners too.
Hokey Skirt says, are you boys saving the chicken cartilage for Michael? Excellent
Yes.
question. I can't eat wings without thinking of Michael grabbing my eaten wing that one time and putting it in his mouth.
Yep.
That
Oh
was
my
so
God.
gross. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I knew that Michael and I were close, but that's much closer than
Are
I
you
ever
one of
expected us to
his
be.
friends? He told me that he only has 5 friends, and I don't know if either of you qualified.
I don't.
No, I
think
don't.
so. Friendly acquaintance.
Hey John, thanks for the graphic today. I appreciate it. On the net rest, really put all the things and numbers. together.
Absolutely. Well, I mean,
Whoa, stolen valor. That's our topic.
I just found it. It was someone else's graphic. I reposted it.
And what do you mean?
Unreal.
You can't just call segments. You can't
Sorry.
call dibs on a
if John
segment.
does the research, this is our topic.
It
not
wasn't a
yours.
research. He just reposted the graphic.
You literally just said thank you, John.
for posting the graphic. I found the graphic. I was gonna find it anyway. I was gonna find that.
Okay. Go Cowboys. They're looking pretty good on that graphic. You know who's not? The Philadelphia Eagles. We love to see it. Matt's
Well-
probably sad about that news.
well,
Oh, man, my
see.
Eagles won't be very good.
Will
this year.
the Los Angeles Chargers be the first team ever in the top 5 of negative net risk history to make the playoffs? The top
Great-
5 has never made the
great
playoffs.
question. Great
I
question.
I call them a Super Bowl contender. Now I might be polling back on that.
Exactly.
All right.
All right. Well, we'll see you in a little while.
Drive safe, Matt, or ride safe, I guess, Matt.
Make sure you get your Tim Raines signed Expos hat here.
Yeah, I get Schaefer wanted me to wear a different hat. He was like, "You wear the same 6 hats all the time. Wear a different hat
this.
on Fridays." So
Yeah.
this is the one I can. It's look at the back too. It's 3-toned.
Oh, cool.
Jack Mitchell had me get one of those for him when we were in Montreal.
Oh, that's nice.
Quebec.
I would wear one, but it's another baseball team. I will not wear another baseball
You're
team.
only a Cubs man.
That's right.
You're only a Cubs
Which
man.
is why I got my Canadiens hat.
There you go.
Go Canadiens.
Hey, big one tomorrow, or big one tonight, rather.
No,
tomorrow. Big one tomorrow.
All right, we'll be back. That is the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. We are at Twin Peaks, home of giant wings.
Oh, my gosh.
And a big-ass Philly, too.
Yeah, Nick is smashing that thing over there.
Nick isn't even eating it with his hands. He's using a knife and a fork.
Uh-huh.
Eats, drinks, scenic views. Just off 180th and Dodge. Come on by and say hi on a One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Don't forget to clean under your feet.
Yeah, I know. I was there.
The wing droppings.
That's why I decided to start eating over here. A, so I wouldn't spill,
Right.
and B, because Otson was taking screenshots. Of
Oh, great.
me. Yeah.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
We are live on a One Beer Friday. Happy One Beer Friday, everyone. From the Peaks. Twin Peaks. Just opened last February. Twin Peaks is back.
Folks.
New location.
Huge location.
Big location.
Oh, my gosh.
It's huge. Look at these. Look at this location. It's very huge.
Wings are big.
The wing. I mean, seriously. That's like 8 chickens worth. I swear. They might as well just given me, the whole chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I'm quite full.
I am too, and I didn't even
quite
finish
full.
mine. I didn't even finish mine. And the nice thing is they got now we closed ours behind us because, the light and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
But they got the open air feel, all the
Uh-huh.
TVs. I am disseminating today.
Yeah, we
Look
are. We're
at
both
me
disseminating just a little bit.
Disseminating.
Black Cat
up
says
here.
incredible TV setup. Nick told us because he came out here earlier this week
Watching
to make sure
IndyCar
everything was
right
good.
there. Yeah.
All of these
There's the
TVs
golf.
over here, all of these. Yeah, we
Softball.
got the golf. We got your favorite major on, the PGA Championship.
Oh no, Bryson is +7.
Oh my gosh. 118th.
Look at that leaderboard. We got Poltergeist.
Yep.
Stuart Smalley.
Yep.
Day.
Ryan Day.
Ryan Day.
Yep.
Matsuyama.
Mm-hmm.
Lee. My boy got her up.
Yep.
Mick Jagger.
Mick Jagger.
And there's Scott.
Yep. Scott's pretty good.
Oh, poor Rory. He's not winning. That's too bad.
Well, yeah, he's struggling.
But they do. They have got, all these TVs along the wall behind me.
Yep.
TVs in front of us.
Yep.
Texas A&M's cleaning UConn's clock
Wow.
right now. in the
How about
softball.
this from Black Cat? They even had NBA games on Amazon ready to go round one. Impressive. Yeah, go
They
to
take
some
care of you
bars.
here.
They go to some bars these days, man. They're like, it's on streaming. We don't know how to do that. They know how to do
They
that.
know how
here.
to do that.
Shout out.
So we are just off of 180th and Dodge here in the Village Point shopping area. Come on by, say hi. Brand new location, plenty of room. I mean, tons of room here.
Uh-huh.
The beers are always kept at 29 degrees on tap.
Mm.
We'll be celebrating our One Beer Friday a little bit later on in the
Yes.
Grom.
Every time I see one of those mugs, I get very jealous of the people that are already enjoying a One Beer Friday.
Yeah, they've
They
already
look
decided
awesome.
work is done.
Yeah.
Work is done.
Yeah.
We're drinking.
Yeah.
Speaking of drinking, $6 old fashions today is the special.
Hello.
Pick your old fashioned for only $6.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's what's going on right now at the Peaks here at 180th and Dodge.
Yeah, they have
or
awesome
179th.
They have awesome specials all weekend long.
Yeah.
How about this? Friday and Saturday late night specials, 11 to close, $2 Wells, $2 Twin Peaks Light, and then a bevy of apps for $6.
Gotta love it.
Oh man.
Yes, Mustache Adam. $6 old fashions on a Friday.
I know. What is this? 2008 prices? That's awesome.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
So stop on by, say hi. We're sitting in our comfy chairs. Nice, big, comfy lodge chairs. It's a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day.
You know what I just realized?
You hadn't uploaded it. I
thought
saw
I
it.
did.
I've looked over
I
at the
did.
slideshow. I was like,
I
man,
did.
I didn't realize John read it off the slideshow tab.
I can't believe I didn't do what I thought I did.
I saw there was a couple things that were happening earlier, and John's old man vision was starting to show itself a little bit. He was like looking at a cord. He was like, "Are we sure that this works over here?"
Well, it's pretty loose, man.
It's working. It's holding on for
working,
dear life. We got
barely.
3 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, we hope it lasts.
Uh-huh.
We hope it lasts today. Here at Twin Peaks. So we'll be able to keep you up to date on all the games. Nebraska's doesn't start till 5:30, I believe.
5:30 on the dot, John. Well, I guess maybe not on the dot. I don't remember.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope.
Yeah.
Because the last time I covered the softball regionals was the day of the Hallam tornado.
Oh my gosh!
That was
Don't you
almost
put that
20
out.
years ago.
Don't put that out.
And
into
we
the
got a
ether.
lot of. There's a lot of creepy weather supposed to happen over the next 4 days. So let's hope that stuff stays away. But we do need the moisture.
We do. I know it's going to be nice to have some rain. That's what everybody tells me. I will say this. I walk by some of the yards in my neighborhood, and they need the moisture.
Yes.
So, yeah, that'll be nice.
So, Grum down, batten down the hatches.
Because of the
weather.
Yeah.
Batten down the hatches.
Be safe this week.
You'll be able to find out because once you turn on the TV, it'll be super severe weather alert day
gosh.
Watch out for the weather day.
Thank God the NBA is on Prime tonight because then you won't get interrupted with a bunch of it's raining outside.
Well, but what if the tornado is bearing down on you? Then Amazon
your phone will probably go buzz, buzz, buzz.
That's true. Good point.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Nebraseball starts their march to Oklahoma City.
As you just mentioned, 5:30.
Matt Rule talks more about the money.
Again?
Yes, he did a long-form podcast interview that dropped yesterday. I pulled a quote.
Okay.
I did.
All right.
We're going to be joined by former Major League pitcher Pat Venditti.
Oh, nice getting
the guy who throws with both hands.
He does.
Or, well, used to. He's retired now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he probably still throws.
Well, yeah. He can still throw.
Yeah.
You can ask him.
I will. I'm going to say, do you still throw?
But
what arm do you throw with more?
About a month away from the Grattiville camp, the Gratitude Camp.
Awesome.
To help the Chris Grattiville Scholarship Fund. A lot of former Omaha baseball legends will be working with that. Kent's Movie Club, Mean Girls.
Did you finish the other half of it?
Yes, I finished the other half.
Just want to make sure. Like Nick said yesterday, it's an odd movie to watch half of.
Well, again, I started it late on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And then I realized I'm getting sleepy.
Because I know, like, I've done that occasionally. It's like, oh, man, it's a 3-hour movie. You know, I've watched an hour and a half. I'm not going to lie for Movie Club, but, man, like an hour and 40 minutes. I don't know if I've done that one before, except for maybe a movie I didn't like. But I like Mean Girls. I look forward to talking about it. And I have Nick's pick. The over will hit. The over will hit.
Oh, good.
Yep. Get ready.
Oh, good.
Remember that movie that had all those
based
memes
on
with him back in 2007? Get ready for that one.
Are we going to
that movie called?
watch a movie
Downfall?
Based on all of the books you've been reading lately?
No, sadly not.
These are the kind of stories that are going to make you sad.
Here you go, Nick. Downfall. It's on Amazon Prime Video if you ever want to watch that one. All right.
Super Friends Zoom call.
Yeah, he'll join us in the video stream.
With Jack.
Awesome.
The NFL rest advantage. Is it an advantage?
This is a great topic because the schedule release is important. It gives us something new to talk about.
Right.
I saw there were
leaks.
There were win totals that changed because of this. Even though we knew the games, the win totals changed because if you move the schedule around in a certain way, it could help you.
But what about the bowls?
What about the bowls?
Yeah, what about the bowls?
That's not a topic that I thought we would care about.
And it's One Beer Friday here at Twin Peaks.
Awesome.
Come on by, each drink, scenic views, 179th and Dodge. I came in the back way.
Yep, I came in right there as well.
I passed, in fact, speaking of the Old Man Doug,
Oh.
Equitable Bank Zone inbox, passed by the Equitable location at 201st and Pacific.
Did you honk?
No, I didn't want to scare him if he was on the phone answering it on the first ring.
Understandable.
I didn't want him to pick up the phone on the first ring and yell an explicative at his customer because some idiot honked at him.
Yeah, at least you know what you are.
So I was being nice, Doug, but
that's good.
But don't worry, all of your employees were answering the phone on the first
ring. Good for them.
But you can email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Nice.
Hit us up at USC 1620. That's where you can send us your picks for One Beer Friday. Send us your picks. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Share with us what you are drinking this weekend.
Nick, this is not to be critical of Nick, but I clicked into the hashtag. He had it 1B Friday.
1B Friday is what we'll do later on when we're at the farmer's market selling our honey.
There you go. See, Nick, you're just getting ready for what's next with the company.
Yeah.
That's very good. Very good job by you.
And Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
Always.
At USC 1620.
Well, that's the Liquid Trucking Zone.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wow.
402-951-1620.
It's got to be your
Bull.
Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed or your Prairie Flower Casino Zone.
There was a question that we got from John a little bit ago in said Zone Hotline. How is Matt going to walk from Shields to Twin Peaks? I don't know, and I hope he's not listening right now because I don't want to spoil the fun. Don't know if he realizes the difference between Shields and here. I mean, we're close. We're close in that I could get in my car and drive over there and be there in a couple of minutes.
It's less than a mile, isn't it?
Yeah, but Matt doesn't have a foot right now, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So I wonder if he's going to take an Uber from Shields to here.
Wait, so is he going to take an Uber from his house to Shields and then another Uber from here? Oh, my God.
Unless he calls Nick and says, Nick, can you please come pick me up?
Nick could come pick him up in 1620, the truck.
A very new truck, by the way. It looks awesome.
It's our tiny baby truck.
Nick, you did a great job putting that thing together. I'm really proud of you, man. It looks awesome. That's the coolest truck we've ever had.
That's what he's been working on. We thought it was a model car. No, it was 1620, the truck.
Juan Claude with a great comment. Maybe Shields sells those knee scooters. He could hop on one of those. I don't know if there's enough sidewalk over there, if that would be safe. But
you know what they should do?
What's that?
They should. He should just ask somebody, and he could just jump in a shopping cart, and they could push him over.
I don't know if they have shopping carts at the mall. It's not
what
that
kind of a mall doesn't have shopping carts?
I think
how are you supposed to carry all your stuff?
I think usually it's a bag. You know, usually you put your stuff in a bag.
Why wouldn't you have a shopping cart?
I don't know if I've ever been to a mall with a shopping cart. Have you?
Well, of course. If you're buying a bunch of stuff and you can't carry it, you got to have a cart.
Huh? I don't think that's the case. Yeah. I think you're wrong on this.
I'm going to Google this.
Okay, cool. Wow, Stibbs says Shields has carts. Okay,
yeah,
wow,
thank you, Stibbs.
I'm already wrong. Is that true? They have carts?
Of course.
I don't know where you would put that. I don't even know where you put the carts.
In the front foyer where all the carts always are at the grocery store.
Shields is an outdoor mall. There's not a front foyer at Shields.
Yes,
at Village Point.
There is the entrance. There is the entrance, the common entrance.
Wait, are you saying Shields are at Village Point? What are you
Shields? I'm talking about Shields.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking about at Village Point.
I'm talking about Shields.
I thought you were saying there's a mall. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the mall itself, like Village Point proper.
Well, I'm talking about Shields.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Never mind. I was wrong. I admit my idiocy. Nick was agreeing with me. I thought that I was right.
Well, it happens.
Yep, it does. It
indeed. Happens. So that's what we got coming up today. Again, we're at Twin Peaks, 179th and Dodge. Come on by. You know what? Just skip out of work. Skip out of work and say, I'm done for the day. I'm coming to the Peaks. I'm going to enjoy the $6 old-fashioned or just get me an ice cold beer.
It's 90 degrees outside. You don't want to be at work today.
It is warm today.
It's a preview of the College World Series next month.
It is warm today. When I went outside to go hustle up the dogs and get them back in the house, and I looked at the Bishop weather station.
Yeah, what did it say?
It said 92.
It said warm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it was already reading the feels like temperature, and the feels like temperature was closing in on 100, I'm like, oh my.
Yeah.
That's a little warm.
Yep, it was a little toasty.
It's a little too early for that kind of warm, in my opinion. All right, we will be back to the Grum from Twin Peaks, 179th and Dodge, as we continue. And when we do, a little bit of audio from Matt Rule.
Okay.
He spoke more about the money.
He's been talking about it a lot.
Well, the money is important.
It is indeed.
All that and more as we continue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct live from Twin Peaks on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to Twin Peaks, the site of today's Grum. John, Josh, and Nick with you. Kent's Movie Club still to come. Pat Venditti will join us here in just a few minutes. But Matt Rule, not doing as much of the media, at least so far this offseason, as he did last year, was a guest on the Adam Brenneman podcast. He pretty much recorded like a whole month worth of shows in Lincoln. He did one with Pat Stewart. He did one with Dana. Did an hour-long podcast with Matt Rule, and I watched, most of it, probably about 45 minutes of it. There was one snippet, and of course, we've been talking a lot about the money, the NIL component, and thought we'd play. It's about a 2-minute long clip here because it's Matt Rule. He likes to take his time when he answers.
Of course, but
he has a lot to say. But as we've been talking a lot about the money and about NIL and Nebraska, whether or not they need to keep up with the Joneses, here's what he had to say to Adam Brenneman on his podcast that was dropped yesterday.
I would say it's been a journey for us. Like, this will certainly be the most investment we've had.
Yeah.
And when we took this job, I remember talking to Trev Alberts, and he could see the future. And he was like, "Listen, there's these lawsuits in California. There's this house lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, it's going to settle. We'll be paying the players." And we looked at the University of Nebraska and our fan base. We looked at, at the time we were the only Big Ten school with no debt. And he was like, "Matt, there's going to come a time where we can really capitalize on this." And so I'm excited for these next years where we have the resources coming in. At the same time, as we invest more, so does the Ohio States, Indiana's, and Michigan. So we have to continue to chase that, and we have to continue to chase the ways in which we can, retain our best players and get the best players here. And what's cool about the University of Nebraska is they've always found a way. The first with training table, the first with study table. They've always found a way to be on the cutting edge. And so when we got here, it was certainly behind some great people. The Pede family and opened up a collective 1890, and have worked to get us to where we want to be. But as we're doing that, other people are being aggressive too, and you can see the impact. Miami goes 15 or so years without a 10-win season. I think maybe one from whatever it was, like 2004, and they invest heavily in NIL, and they've had back-to-back double-digit win seasons. University of Texas has 10-win season since Mac Brown in 2009, and they invest heavily in NIL, and now you see what they're doing. Texas A&M won 10-win season with Johnny Manziel since whatever year, and since in the 2000 or so's, and they invest in their last year. So to your point, if you want to play at that level, if you want to play at the CFP level, you have to invest CFP money. And so, when we went through this year, Troy Denton, our AD, really made a commitment along with Jeff Gold to, hey, let's invest the resources to get Nebraska to that level.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, the mark continues to move. And so I have part of my job that was not my job at other places is to continually go outside and find ways to gain resources. And I think that's what's really cool about Nebraska is, Jacory Barney is one of the best punt returners in the Big Ten, if not the country. People should want him to represent their business.
So there was Matt Rule, and it's kind of that last part there that I wanted to focus in on because, he's continuing to beat the drum for the same thing that Sip was writing about earlier this week, and that is, look at what Miami did when they got more NIL. Look at what Texas did when they got more NIL. Look at what A&M did when they got more NIL. The pursuit of money will never end. And for Nebraska, it is a game where last year they were playing catch up and then maybe announced, perhaps a little prematurely, that they had caught up. And now in a game of catch up again as the rosters continue to, go through the roof.
Do you think, is this a sign that they're even further behind financially than maybe we thought that they were, or that they are anticipating? Because you're right, this is not a critique of having to sell yourself or having to go after money, because that's always going to be there. But it's now, how many times have we heard him talk about it now this offseason? It's been a lot, and it really kicked into high gear when he joined Ravi and Damon a few weeks ago, and it's kind of continued ever since then. And so it just, I don't know, it makes me wonder, are they just a little further behind than maybe we thought they were, and that's why he continues to talk about it so much?
I think there might be something to the fact that they could be a little surprised. Again, I'm spitballing here, but they could be a little surprised at how quickly things have shot up.
Yeah.
Because think about it. It was only a couple of years ago where 20 million was cause for pause.
Yeah, for sure.
Now it's 50.
Yeah.
And we keep saying, when's it going to end? When's it going to end? Where's the cap? When's the bubble burst?
Yeah, and at least it's not right now.
And it hasn't happened.
No.
And it doesn't appear like it is going to happen at least anytime in the near future. And then, of course, you juxtapose what Rule is saying with what Troy Dannon is saying, and that is, hey, we're not gonna break the rules here.
Yeah,
we're gonna follow what the CSC has said, and we got more on that coming up in just a little bit. But Pat Stewart, as we mentioned, Nebraska's GM, was also on with this Adam Brenneman podcast, and he said Nebraska is, quote, capable of competing with anybody in rev share and NIL. He said, so if you're always chasing, you're going to continue to stay in that chasing position. It's just something we have to try to figure out a way to get there and be at the highest levels of what we want to compete at the highest of levels. So he's kind of echoing what Rule is saying about, hey, if you're always in the chase position, you're always going to be in the chase position.
They're never going to be at the top. I don't think they're ever going to be anywhere near the top.
I mean, honestly, I don't think they're going to be near the top until you start to see results
on the field.
Because let's go back 2 years. I know it's kind of hard to envision 2 years ago, but you could see comments like this being made by Indiana before Curt Cignetti. Of course, at Indiana, it's like, do we have any money to pay anybody that's going all to basketball?
Yeah.
And what happened with Indiana? Well, they got a great coach.
See, and
they got a bunch of great transfers. They had that hot first year, and then the money started coming in. And I think that's honestly, if Nebraska is going to quote unquote catch up,
it's going to require a big breakthrough year.
It's going to require something that at least approaches what Indiana did, and that is they got to have a big year.
Yeah, I think
and then I think the money will follow, knowing full well that Indiana has a huge alumni base, a much larger alumni base to draw from than Nebraska, a bigger population base from which to draw from than Nebraska.
Yeah, and I do think with them, and look, we were not doing a daily let's mention Curt Cignetti segment in 24, right? Like they came onto the scene, they were really good, and then we were talking about them. And so I don't know what that offseason was like. I don't know 2 years ago today what kind of conversations Cignetti was having, and was he bringing up money? I don't know. I honestly, I have someone pretty plugged in there. I'm going to reach out and ask, what were the early days like? Because what it seems like from afar is that they exploded onto the scene, and then that influx of cash naturally happened. Whereas Nebraska, whenever I hear like Rule talk about this, and I guess Stewart to some degree, there's and definitely Dannon, there's almost this defensive nature to it. And I don't mean that in like a negative capacity, but like, this is what we have to do, and this is where we need to be, and we really need to catch up with these guys. And with Indiana, they were so good, so fast, that there was a natural, okay, let's take the program over the top. And that's why last year's roster for Indiana was where it was. It's going to be interesting if Nebraska is ever able to break through. Because with like hoops, and I know that basketball is not as loved with the Nebraska fan base as football has been, at least historically, right? But I really did think after what they just did, there was going to be this massive influx. And we did not see that. And so I don't know about you, but it gives me, I guess, a little bit of pause that the same thing would happen with football. I still think it would, because this place cares about football more than they care about any other thing.
Yes.
But I really thought if ever there was the time to like go over the top, this would have been the year for hoops, and they didn't do it. And so they
did get more.
They did get more,
but
if everyone went up 25%, Nebraska also went up 25%, so they're still lower than them, right? Like Doc says something that you and I talk about all the time. Does Rule realize people in Nebraska don't have the type of money that those teams he mentioned? Like, I'll make this comparison
that is
many more times, but Indiana, 800,000 alumni, Nebraska, 200,000 alumni. If 25% of Indiana alumni do $10 a pop, Nebraska would literally need 100% of donations of $10 just to match that.
Sure.
And I know that's not how it works, right? Like not everybody's just
right,
doing
but
$10.
it just puts it into perspective.
It shows you
the
price.
ratio.
You know, if I get to go and take 100 swings at a Major League Baseball pitcher and you get 10, I'm probably more likely to make contact and hit it somewhere just because I get more opportunities.
Yep.
Whether or not I'm better or you're better. But, like, that's the thing. If you get more cracks at it, you're going to, you know, it's just going to be better for you.
Then there was a story today in the Sports Business Journal about how to handle the CSC, which, of course, Nebraska had the arbitration case. They lost the arbitration case. Now they got to resubmit all of these deals. And this goes back to what Troy Dannon was saying of, you know, staying within the rules. We got to stay within the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now some of the power conferences, especially the two big ones, might be talking about maybe we just need to do our own enforcement. Because the problem is everyone's trying to play under the same umbrella,
Mm-hmm.
and everyone's different. SEC and Big Ten have more money. And who are the teams that are more likely to bust the cap? SEC and Big Ten teams.
Sure.
When you hear about these 50 and 40 and $50 million rosters, who are you hearing? SEC and Big Ten teams.
Exactly.
Every time. And so apparently in the SEC
And Texas Tech.
and Texas Tech. Great point.
Yeah.
But according to the Sports Business Journal, SEC sources told them that the frustration with the College Sports Commission, aka NIL, is the enforcement, that they can't really enforce anything. And so it's to the point where, well, maybe we just need to do it ourselves. But then the irony is the teams that were supposed to sign off on this are the teams that are breaking the rules.
It's to go back to an analogy or a comparison we've made a million times. The NCAA is the school.
Right.
The CSC is what they are wanting. We need infrastructure. We need to stop this from happening. And then you break the rule anyway. It'd be like, John, if you are at home and you're like, look, we have a problem with this neighborhood with people speeding. I am going to have a drive. We are going to fix this problem. We're going to have a speed limit. We're going to have a speed bump. But then I see you out there driving 50. It's like, but you were the one who told us we needed this stuff. And that's what's happening right now.
Here's a quote from a Power 4 administrator in this Sports Business Journal article. Could the CSC have set up a better enforcement mechanism earlier and better? Sure. But the same schools who claim they wanted to be governed refused to sign a participation agreement. Don't listen for 1 minute to the people bitching about the CSC. It's the same thing as the NCAA. We blame the NCAA. That's us. We're the idiots.
Yeah, seriously. It's why whenever Cody Campbell speaks, I just kind of roll my eyes because it's like, dude, if anyone is benefiting from this relative to your previous position, it's Texas Tech. It's obviously them in Indiana. But it's like if we went back to the old ways, Texas Tech wouldn't be what they are today. And so what he supposedly doesn't like is also what is allowing his program to be a national championship contender.
When we continue live from Twin Peaks 179th and Dodge, we'll be joined by former Major Leaguer and Creighton Blue Jay Pat Vendetti.
Nice.
As the gratitude camps are coming in less than 1 month, the week of the College World Series to Omaha. We'll talk to Pat and have more from Twin Peaks on 1620 The Zone. We're watching some softball today. The regional softball's going on. Hey, look, there's a NASCAR practice going on, Josh.
Oh, man.
Just for you.
I wish it was on one of the
for you.
TVs. I guess I got to watch the softball instead.
Well, we, of course, are your home for the College World Series. And coming up the week of the College World Series, it is the annual Chris Gradeville Gratitude Camp. This is for the former Blue Jay who passed away a few years ago. There is a scholarship in his name at Creighton. And one of the big fundraisers is a youth camp, a day-long youth camp featuring former major leaguers, Omaha baseball legends, area coaches, and it's all being put together by our next guest, former Creighton Blue Jay, former Omaha Central Eagle, former major league pitcher Pat Venditti, who joins us, sounds like from the road, Pat.
Yep, I'm just leaving Illinois State University. Some memories here from back in 06 and 08, and heading to a varsity game here at 4 o'clock. So busy day.
Absolutely. How many years is this? Like 4 years now for the Gratitude Camp?
This will be year number 5. We started it in 22, so this is the years go by pretty fast, and we've had tremendous support over the years, and it's really been a great driver in funding Chris's scholarship, and I could not be more thankful to the city and all the people that help. I get quite a bit of credit for this, but I'm just a small part of what goes on between all the volunteers that we have the day of, and setting up all the shirts and whatnot. It's a group effort, and it's a lot of fun to remember Grady.
Pat, what has it been like to see the growth that it has over the last few years? Like, was this what you were hoping for? Has it exceeded the expectations you had?
I had no idea what to expect. When you start something like this, I think when we started all this, we were all kind of, it was raw. We were in shock, and we wanted to do something to help Chris, and more than anything, help Nikki and Ron and Steph, and Chris's mother. And I think, when you start something like this, you want to have some people get into it. And we've been very fortunate to have that. And unfortunately, as years go on, people can tend to forget things. And it's our goal to make sure that Chris is never forgotten. And this is one of the many events that people do around the city to keep his legacy alive.
Pat, I imagine that you have participated in camps before. This one, though, of course, is so unique given like the reason for it, right? Like the cause and what's behind it. Is it ever difficult for you in terms of like the emotions and, again, the why that you're doing it, while also it's like a baseball camp? Like, do those ever clash for you?
Yeah, you get choked up talking about Chris. But then you look around and see his dad, sister, and mom right there and understand that, there's people going through something far more difficult. As close as we were to Chris, there were other people where he played an even bigger role in their lives. And, our job is to be there and be strong for them and give them some joy from the life he lived. So that helps overcome any of that in the moment.
Pat Venditti joining us, former Creighton Blue Jay major league pitcher who is helping organize the Chris Gradeville baseball camp. By the way, the website, gratitudecamps.com, for those of you watching in on our live video stream, got the graphic up, GRADITUDE, gratitudecamps.com. So this is for kids 2nd grade through 11th grade, correct?
Yeah, it's more tailored towards those younger kids. If there are older kids there, we'll make sure that they get some specialized instruction, whether it be from Brian or Darren or myself. But this is more of a camp to just kind of have a blast. There's a lot of high energy stations. The outfield station we actually had to tailor back after the first year. We had some kids passing out because of all the running that was going on. So Adam Engelkamp we had to bring him in and rein him in a little bit, have a talking with him, and let him know that, hey, these little ones, while you can run them, you got to be a little bit more gentle. But Matt Golliver does a heck of a job. Bobby Lakovic, all these guys, they have a high-paced, fun station. Matt brings out the jug pitching machine. They're catching tennis balls, catching pop-ups, robbing home runs. It's just a lot of fun.
What is it like, Pat, to see these camps now compared to like ones that you were going to as a kid? Like, how much have things changed and how much are things similar?
I would say, you get asked if you're going to be doing trick plays now when we run these camps at the PlayStation. So I would say that's not Coach Service approved. But, the game's shifting a little bit, and as anything, as it evolves, people are making baseball a little bit more enjoyable, a little bit more fun. And hey, I'm flexible. Whatever these kids want to do, if they want to have stuff like that, we're going to do it, and we're going to accommodate.
Pat, you just mentioned you've got Darren Ruff, former teammate, obviously Creighton alum, former major leaguer. I believe you said Brian Dunsing's going to be back again this year.
He's coming as well as a bunch of former players. We just have a tremendous support group of guys who have a lot of baseball knowledge. Ross Sinclair, Bobby Lakovic, Josh Perot, the Degas family. These guys come year after year, and the list goes on and on. From Tom Oldham, there's a bunch of big baseball names in the community that have helped on certain years, and if they're free that day, they'll be down there.
And you're all Omaha guys, right? I mean, you're all from here, so it's kind of special for the kids of this area to learn from those of you who have experienced it and gone on to great things in baseball. When you deliver a message to these young people about their dreams and about following them and turning whatever they do on that particular day in baseball into something bigger in baseball, what's the central message?
The central message, especially that day, is to not only play baseball, but to live life like Chris did. And that was for others. He was very rarely concerned with himself, would do anything for anyone. And whatever he did to his fullest ability. So that's what we try to impart on these kids. And we give them stickers every year with the CG20 on there. One for themselves and one to give to one of their teammates that they feel is most like a guy like Chris, who you can count on, who's there for you, who treats you well. And the biggest message that comes, it's not from just the baseball, but it's what comes after baseball, which I'm finding and a lot of guys find is a much bigger portion of your life. But there is just so much to be brought from those years in baseball.
Pat, you mentioned your teammates. I'm curious, as Creighton baseball has entered into a new era, what's the group chat been like as everybody has watched and followed the program moving forward from the Ed Service era?
We're all excited for them. What Coach built there is nothing short of astonishing. When he came in the early 2000s, he really built something that people in the community can be proud of. And this group that's come in has really embraced alumni. We were just there this past weekend with the 91 team. My son was on the field, watching batting practice, playing catch. They're really putting an importance on the guys that came before. And we feel that. And, obviously Coach Service always made us feel welcome, and we knew we could go back. And it's just nice to feel that same warmth and love from Coach Kingston, Coach Current, and the new staff they have.
Pat Vendetti joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino hotline, gratitudecamps.com. It is coming up the week of the College World Series, the 9th of June. And I know I talked to you about this on text a couple of weeks ago, but do we know for certain, will you guys be able to be out on the new practice field?
I don't have confirmation one way or the other on that yet. We will for sure be at the Rasmussen Center. And if the baseball field is available, we're going to take full advantage of being able to see that new facility. So it'll be a little bit of a different year. In these first 4 years, we've kind of known what to expect from having the kiddie, in the baseball and softball field. So it'll be a little bit of a year of adjustments. But I think going forward, we're going to have a really nice spot to have this camp.
Before they tore that place down, did you ever get a piece of anything from the kiddie?
I tried to bring home a piece of the turf, but my wife, Erin, was a little concerned with some bacteria and viruses that might be entering the house, so she shut it down.
I can understand that completely. You never know what's been on that turf. Many things have been on that turf over the years.
You can't fault me from trying. I thought it was going to look great in our living room. She had some other ideas.
Yeah, I bet you did. Do you remember your first memory of Chris?
My first memory of Chris was getting stuffed in my locker by him. I shared a little cabinet not far from him, and I had stepped out of line early in my freshman year, and he just kind of ragdolled me into the locker, and I was like, this guy's going to be kind of tough to get along with, but I guess the line's been set.
What did you do that got him sideways?
Probably nothing. It didn't take much. I don't even remember now. But then we would get into the habit where I'd do something every day to kind of get him agitated as I got older before practice, just to get him going. And he was just a lovable, high-energy guy that just brought so much to the table, not only, as the field general behind the plate, but off the field and organizing, guys getting together and being together all the time. That's one of the things that, as I got into pro ball, I missed so much, was just the camaraderie and off the field stuff that you have in college that you don't quite get in pro ball. But he was a big driver behind that. Guys like him and Tony Daniel, Tony Roth, Chase Odenrider, just guys that kept the group together. And as younger players, we had a great group of guys to look up to.
Pat, along those lines, John and I were having a discussion the other day, and I said baseball players are the weirdest athletes. And John, I think he took it as like a negative, but I was saying it as a term of endearment, just my friends back in high school. You're with me, right? Baseball players are the weirdest of all the team sports.
We have so many screws loose, and it does so much long-term damage, but it's worth it.
Yep, absolutely.
It most certainly is. Pat, again, congratulations and thanks for helping keep Grady's memory alive. When I think of that old school Creighton toughness, the first face I see is Grady. I mean, just and kind of like you, my first couple of years doing the games on radio was with you guys.
Yeah.
And it set the bar for what toughness was, for what being a great leader was, and to keep his leadership and his spirit alive through these camps, and of course through the Chris Gradiville Scholarship Fund, which is where the money goes towards this. Can't thank you enough, Pat. You and Darren and all the guys who are doing this and volunteering your time. I think it's tremendous, and I hope it never ends.
I appreciate the support you guys give in keeping him alive, and I know his family does too. So thanks again for having me on here, fellas, and look forward to seeing you guys in the coming month here.
All right. We'll see you, Pat. Thank you. Pat
Take
Vendetti, the great Pat Vendetti, joining us on the road. And again, that website, gratitudecamps.com, GRADITUDE, gratitudecamps.com, especially the young kids, but all the way up to 11th grade. It's a great day-long camp, and you get to learn from former major leaguers. I mean, Pat, the first ambidextrous pitcher ever in the major leagues. Brian Dunsing had a great career in the bigs. Darren Ruff, not only here, but also in Korea. So these are guys who have been through the battles, and they can really teach you something in just a day. But that's what it's all about. And it's June the 9th. And I believe they're going to be able to get on the field at the new baseball practice facility, because that facility is going to be used for the College World Series teams when they get into town later that week. So check it out, gratitudecamps.com. Get your youngster registered today. All right, we're going to take a pause. Be back here at Twin Peaks, 179th and Dodge. Kent's Movie Club is coming up, and we'll have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on 1620 The Zone.
Got a couple texts, John, from Josh in Omaha.
Hey, Josh.
I remember when Pat Vendetti came to our school and showed us how he threw some pitches. Awesome guy. He was still in college at the time.
Yeah.
Always enjoyed chatting with him.
Love seeing when I get a chance to. Pat, lives out in Illinois now around the Peoria area, and so he's usually around for the DePaul game, and he's been to a couple NCAA tournaments, and, of course, I see his dad a lot, so love seeing him and Pat Sr. It was always funny because Dave Gustafson, my old broadcast partner, and I would be driving back from a location, and this Cornhusker driving school vehicle would pass us on the road. That's Pat's dad.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because they ran to Cornhusker driving school. It was like, wait a second, you guys might be going a little too fast here. But no, I love Pat. Great guy, one of my favorite Blue Jays of all time. So, again, gratitudecamps.com. And it's former Blue Jays, former Huskers, former Mavericks, all there
Very
to help
cool.
teach the kids of Omaha some ball. Former major leaguers, former professionals, great college stars, and more. Gratitudecamps.com. Speaking of Creighton, they are down 3-2 in the bottom of the 8th at Xavier. Yesterday, they pulled out a 5-2 win, which was pretty nice. Nebraska doesn't play till tonight, correct?
They're playing at 5. They're playing at 5 o'clock.
Well, by the time the game's over, because they'll have another 18-minute long
review.
or
Speaking of, Jack will join us in 45 minutes. I can't wait to ask him about how much he enjoyed that review.
Oh, I bet he did.
As everybody
enjoy
else
it.
is like, this review is the worst thing I've ever seen. He's like, can we get another 5 minutes going? Are you sure you don't want to look at something else on the field?
Scott Docterman, friend of the Grum from The Athletic, wrote about this today. If they do end up expanding to 24 teams in the playoffs.
When they expand.
Good point.
Yeah.
When they expand
And
to
this
24
is not
teams.
a segment about ranting about the playoff. Don't
no
worry.
ranting.
Don't worry.
I'm not going to rant.
Don't worry.
I'll save that for – I'll rant. Anyway, but obviously that's going to mean that some of these bowl games that aren't a part of the playoff are going to suffer a bit because, you're just pushing all the teams down.
As we talked, so
rung.
you're adding 12 teams.
Yep.
But those 12 teams aren't coming from 6 bowls because those 12 teams weren't going to play each other. So the number of bowls that will be affected by this, I think, is like 8, 9, 10. It's somewhere in there. You'd probably have a couple of matchups between those 12 teams, but not all of them.
One thing that has been discussed by the power conferences, and it was discussed at ACC meetings this week, is that each of the 4 power conference leagues supply 5 bowl eligible teams. So that'd be 20 total teams to fill out the top 10 non-college football playoff bowls.
Okay. What are we talking about record-wise with some of those teams?
Well, we'd be
some slop.
There'd be some slop in there for sure. According to Nick Carapelli, who is a bowl season executive director. Remember, they have the bowl season, all the bowls. They have this marketing thing called bowl season. He said, we think it's a great idea. When you're talking about the numbers of teams who have played in the postseason, even at the biggest number that the CFP is contemplating, that still only accounts for less than half of the bowl-eligible institutions from the Power 4 conferences. Now, they're happy with the idea because they'll get their brands. Notice if each of the 4 conferences are supplying 5 teams, that's 20 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the room for the group of 5?
Mm-hmm.
The group of
At
6.
The even worse bowls.
Yeah.
Congrats, you're going to Detroit.
Exactly.
As Happer calls it, the Detroit Poop Bowl. That's just going to be G5 on G5 crime.
Yeah. Now, what kind of bowls are we talking about? Well, according to Scott.
Yeah, which ones survive?
The bowls that have the highest payout currently.
Alamo, is that in the mix?
That aren't a part of the CFP are the Citrus, the Pop-Tarts.
Oh, yeah, Nick's favorite bowl.
The Alamo.
Yep.
The Music City. The Duke Slime Bowl.
Anything in Phoenix, in the Phoenix area?
The Sun Bowl. The Pinstripe Bowl.
Oh, my gosh.
Nothing in the Phoenix area, as a matter of fact.
What's that, the Rate Bowl now? I don't even know what it's called anymore.
But maybe the Las Vegas Bowl. Honestly, it would probably be a feeding frenzy of which bowl would survive and which one wouldn't.
Seriously, I mean, you're already talking about those games taking huge hits in recent years with the playoff, and this would do it even more so. If you're looking at a 24-teamer, you're probably talking about 6, 7 Big Ten SEC teams in there. If you just go with 6, let's say it's 6 SEC teams that make it. And what was this? 4 teams per conference. That means that the next run, I mean, that's all the way down to the 10th place team in the SEC.
Oh,
the
absolutely.
10th place team in the Big Ten.
Yeah, we're talking about some, like you said, there'd be some dreck.
Yeah, it'd be
There'd
really
be some
bad
dreck
yeah.
in these games for certain.
Yeah.
But they would be brands. The Bulls would get their brands.
What Africa says Holiday Bowl? Yes, Holiday Bowl.
Holiday Bowl was listed as one of those possibilities. Liberty Bowl.
Yeah.
The Texas Bowl, the Gator Bowl. So
Gator Bowl. Oh yeah, a classic.
Remember the Gator Bowl? Nebraska set a record for longest play in the Gator Bowl.
Oh, in the second time they played it. Yeah. Tommy Armstrong to Quincy or
was it
Stanley?
I think it was Quincy.
Yeah.
I think it was a Nunwa.
That was a cool play. I bet on Nebraska on the money line in that day. Won a lot of money. That was a good day for your boy. I don't know why I was very oddly positive about them in that game, and they won. They beat Georgia. It was Quincy. Says
it was Quincy. Yeah, I was trying
Quincy
to think.
Quincy?
Yeah, it was Quincy and Unwin.
Nice. Good
Longest touchdown pass.
That was a cool play
in Nebraska football history.
Nice.
Coming up next, Kent Wolgamont's going to join us in the movie club, and we're going to talk about Nick's high school story, Mean Girls.
Nice. Which one was he?
Oh, he was definitely not.
Kevin G.
He was definitely not a plastic.
No.
I was in the Cool Asians.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes, you were. Well played, Nick. Well played.
So we'll talk to Kent and have the movie club live from Twin Peaks. Come on out for some eats, drinks, scenic views. The beer is kept at 29 degrees. Connor's had at least 2 of them.
Uh-huh.
And the ice was dripping off the mug.
Uh-huh. Oh, man.
It's so cold.
Our server came over recently, and I said it'll be about that time.
It'll be about that time.
Uh-huh.
It'll be about that time. One Beer Friday from Twin Peaks, 179th and Dodge. Come on by and say hi. We'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. John, we got 2 games in the association tonight.
Oh, I know.
Means that you can, if you have not yet done so, download the app and use our promo code, which is 1620 The Zone, and take advantage of all of the great offerings. We will be doing predictions a little bit later. I can see Nick is getting it ready to go. Inside of predictions, we'll talk about a variety of players, whether they go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats. We do it all the time. Wemby, will he go higher on blocks? He has been
Wendy?
Wemby, John.
Oh, I know you said
everyone
Wendy.
knows it's Wemby.
Ah.
He's been basically it's higher and then the next game lower, higher the next game lower. I like him to go higher tonight. But, John, the best part about this, whether you are here on 179th and Dodge at our studios at 50th and Dodge, you're in Nebraska, you can use this app.
I already put in my picks for tonight. I got Big Jim Harden higher than 19.5 points.
Ooh.
I'm going with a little DePaul love tonight. Max Strus higher than 5.5 3-pointers attempted, and Tobias Harris higher than 5.5 rebounds. And I added a profit booster. I can make almost 6.5 times my money tonight.
Let's go.
And you can do the same thing today in Nebraska. Just sign up for the Underdog Fantasy app. Go to your favorite app store, search for Underdog, or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Download the app today. Use our promo code 1620 zone. Score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620 zone. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Hunt. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
Well, now he has plenty of time to enjoy other things because he doesn't have to watch the Lakers anymore.
Oh, come on.
Sad. I knew that was coming.
I know you knew. That's why I knew you wouldn't take offense.
None taken. Yes, I have. I am, in fact, trying to figure out at what time the Nürburgring 24-hour race starts tomorrow.
It's a big deal. Max Verstappen, the Formula One driver's racing in it. He's very good, too.
I hear he is great. That's a name that I do know.
Well, and this is the first time it's sold out in years.
50 years. 50 years.
Yeah, and by the way, Max, I saw the other night in a Michelob commercial.
Uh-huh. I saw that commercial, too.
It was like,
Now he's a
what are you
sellout.
doing in there?
Yeah, they haven't sold anything out in Nürburgring since, that movie we saw a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Oh, oof.
Wow.
Well, speaking of movies.
Yeah.
The movie this week was Mean Girls. And, of course, Josh had to be, I can't believe you picked this movie.
Okay, why see, he says everybody says this.
Everyone says this.
Why do you get offended? It's not an insult.
I'm not offended. I'm just surprised after all this time you don't give me enough credit for wanting to try new things.
It's not that we weren't giving you credit. We were just, this isn't a you movie. You like movies about fly fishing and baseball.
That is not true. I have picked one fly fishing movie in my life.
Terrible movie.
It was the worst movie.
Unbelievable.
So why did you pick Mean Girls?
Because I'd never seen it. I'd never
Good
seen
reason
it.
as any.
Well, and also, it's SNL adjacent, right? I mean, it's not one of those SNL movies like Blues Brothers or Wayne's World where it's taken from a skit, but this is Tina Fey.
Yep.
You see Tim Meadows.
Oh, yeah.
Anna Gasteyer. So, I mean, and Lorne Michaels is an executive producer. Amy Poehler's in it. So
yes, she is.
So it's SNL adjacent.
Cool
and I'd never seen it before, and I was always curious. Also, it's kind of fascinating to watch, especially Rachel McAdams.
Yeah.
A very young Rachel McAdams.
Yeah.
You know, as all of these, young actresses that were just hitting it big at that point started to ascend. So I was curious, and that's why I picked it.
All right. What's Mean Girls about?
Well, it's about a bunch of mean girls.
Pretty much nailed it right there,
you
John.
go.
Nice.
I mean, this is your classic, snapshot of high school life. We've got 1,000 movies that are kind of a snapshot of, high school life, right? Like Ferris Bueller, Porky's, Fast Times. And we've done a few. 16 Candles. We've done a few of these. But this one really focuses in on the trio of girls known as the Plastics, who are like the popular chicks. And Rachel McAdams is the head of this clique, right?
Yep.
And Lindsay Lohan plays the newcomer to school who has been homeschooled all her life, and she befriends these kind of offbeat, people who aren't a member of the cool clique, but one of them has a vendetta against Rachel McAdams, and so wants to use Lindsay Lohan as like a spy so they can make fun of her.
Yes.
And get on the inside and try to sabotage the Plastics. And of course, what usually happens is the insider, the spy, ends up becoming that which they weren't trying to become.
She got in too deep.
She got in a little too deep, and that's basically the movie.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything, Kent?
No. I guess the only other things that I'd probably add to that is Tina Fey wrote this, and the script is really good and avoids, because the way you told it, that's a pretty cliched kind of plot, right? But the script is so good, it sort of overwhelms the cliches, if that makes any sense. So it's funnier and smarter than a lot of the teen movies because of that. That would be the one thing I'd add.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of these movies are usually, there's the in crowd, there's the out crowd, and then, there's almost like a role reversal. It happens in a lot of these. It's kind of a formulaic thing, but you're right. And by the way, the script was inspired from a book called Queen Bees and Wannabes that Tina Fey had read, and she thought it would be a good movie. And so she sold the premise to Lorne Michaels, who, of course, had produced all of these other SNL movies. And that's how it kind of got off the ground.
Yeah. I think, Kent, you said it. The script is really good. It's such a smart movie. It's just really, really funny and creative. And I think we made reference to this last week. I was hanging out with some friends, and like half of the group went and saw the movie, and half of the group went to a sports bar to watch the NBA playoffs. And it was pretty much right down gender lines. Mm-hmm. The girls went and watched the movie. The guys watched the basketball, because I don't really remember much about the advertising for it, but it was like, this is a girls' movie. Guys, boys don't want to see this. And very quickly it was like, this movie is hilarious. I think you would like it. And I remember watching it and just at the time, just thinking there are boys' movies and there are girls' movies, just being completely blown away by it. And like I think the Tim Meadows part especially is like, he is a great maybe representation of us as the guys going into this world of mostly girls, right? And like the things that he is dealing with and the fights that he is trying to stop, I thought was, especially now as I've gotten older watching it again, his character resonated with me even more this time around.
The how do I want to put this? The one thing that this movie did, I looked this up. I looked up my old review and I gave it 3 stars, and I think that would be right where I would leave it watching it again. But I looked this up. 75% of the box office was female.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it really was a chick flick of the time, and it really resonated with that, whatever, 17 to 30 women, whatever that number was. And so it's sort of become injected into the culture to the point where, there was a crappy sequel, a television sequel or whatever, but Tina Fey made a musical out of this thing. And it played for years before the pandemic on Broadway, right? So it's become part of the culture. And you can't really say many of the other teen movies that we're talking about that are and I'm not so much thinking Wayne's World or something. I'm thinking the teen movies. Very few of them have really reached that level. Maybe 16 Candles might be the only other one.
I'm curious to see if this movie will still resonate as much as it did with like middle school and high school girls in like 10 or 20 years as it did, because it came out in 2004, but all the girls that I grew up around, they quoted this movie all the time. This is what I call it millennial or early gen, like the girls' version of Superbad. Like they quoted this movie frequently in the hallways. And it is a movie that I do feel like speaks to and relates to girls just from personal experiences and what they go through all the time. But I wonder if the way technology is now, if that kind of changes, or if this is still at the core going to resonate with people for years to come.
I would guess so, only because, the technology has changed, but the snark, the sniping, the behind the back talking and those types of things. Yeah, maybe now it's done on text or it's done on social media. Here, obviously, they're using the phone a little bit more, but
the burn book.
In the burn book. But the concept is still the same. Those types of behaviors are still happening. It's just happening in a different way. And that's why I thought, as I'm watching it, I didn't think it seemed aged. Now, some of that too is it's still relatable to me because even though it happened, 20 years after I graduated, 15 years after I graduated high school, it was still relatable in the sense that, you can envision all of these things happening in your school, all of these things happening behind the scenes. And so as I watched it, I was like, I kind of was thinking the same way as Nick, but then I thought there are certain things that are just timeless.
Yeah.
And, middle school and high school kids
fighting
and over dumb things.
It's just a different way we fight now, right?
It crosses the generations. I mean, I'm sure you can relate as well.
Sure. I was going to say that the Burn book, when that came out, you know what I instantly thought of was Pam Bondi at that hearing with the House members, and she had her little book of insults there to shoot. And one of the Congress people called, "Get out your Burn book now and tell me what you're going to say."
I also really appreciated some of the subtle humor in this movie that I just never picked up on before. Like when the teacher comes in, she's like, "Hey, the girls have gone wild," and they're all fighting. Tim Meadows' character picks up a baseball bat before he goes out there. What are you going to do with the baseball bat?
I love that.
Why
scene.
Did you just have that?
I did not leave the South Side for this.
Yeah, and it's funny because up until that point, it had been fairly plausible. But then when the whole school is basically, this is
Coming
when
unhinged.
this is where it goes to it crosses into Animal House territory, where it's just like food fight and everyone's up and they're fighting, and that's where I thought it kind of took the next step. It was smartly written, and then they realized, all right, we've got to have the big fight scene.
Yeah,
and then they have the fight scene, and you're right. I thought the Tim Meadows character was great.
He is so funny in this movie
because he's not. It's really not trying to be funny. I mean, he's just playing this straight-laced guy who's just like, I can't believe we're doing
when
this.
he's talking to all of them in the auditorium, and then that girl talks about her problem, and he's like, all right, I can't do this.
Well, and him and Tina Fey in particular, I mean, they play off each other so well, because isn't the first scene with Tim Meadows, he walks in after the coffee is spilled all over, and she's
taking her shirt
off. Oh, my shirt's caught up, and he goes, yep. And just their interplay was super, super funny throughout it. Going back to what Nick was saying, Kent, so this came out summer of 2004, which is after my freshman year of high school. Summer of 2007 is when Superbad comes out, so that's the summer I graduate. And I feel like these are such great bookend, different kind of high school comedies, but also really great. I think both of them are among the classics of the genre. I think Superbad, because it is so relatable to my generation, is always going to hit a little bit harder. But the lack of technology, I think, is it's awesome that there's no phones, and then Superbad has old flip phones, but it's not a part of the story. If anything, the only dated part technologically in this one for me, beyond that they just don't have phones, is the whole three-way calling thing. That is, maybe kids still do that. My guess is they don't. They're probably hopping on FaceTime or whatever.
Oh yeah,
but
they're doing video.
That was such I remember being on those types of calls where people would prank you, and they're hey, somebody else was on the phone as well. Otherwise, though, it ages well because it doesn't call to the fact of, hey, look at these phones. The kids are just sitting in their classes staring at them the entire time.
There's that, and it's also, and the Superbad comparison I think works well here too, is that they transcend their time so they can be still relevant, or whatever you want to call it, 20 some years later. And part of that is not depending on the technology of the time, but B, it's just in the story. It's just in what they're doing. And it really doesn't matter how much the phone would use, but you couldn't make that movie now because of the technology.
100%.
The other thing that I noticed in this, and this has almost nothing to do with what was on the screen, but Lindsay Lohan was really good in this. And this was kind of, she had just done that Freaky Friday movie, and then she did this. and she was really good. And it's just kind of sad to see, knowing what happened to her over the next 15 years or whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say this was kind of the last moment where we see, you know, the girl next door, Lindsay Lohan, versus what she would become personally. I know she's kind of straightened things out lately.
But she could have been a superstar.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, her and Rachel McAdams, who John mentioned earlier, but we haven't talked about a whole lot this year. I didn't realize it, Ken, until I listened to the Rewatchables podcast about this week. 2004, she had this come out, and she also had The Notebook. And so it's like she completely explodes on the scene. And I remember watching this movie at the time, not realizing that she was in her mid to late 20s. I think she's your age.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and she's just magnetic. Both of those two main characters are whenever they're on the screen together.
And she's probably was the oldest of the people playing these kids.
It was. I happened to look it up. She is the oldest of the four main girls.
One of the reasons that I think this works and that Superbad works as well is that the high school kids look like high school kids.
Yeah.
There's a lot of teen movies the high school kids look like college kids because they are.
Yeah, well, go watch American Pie. Everybody looks like they're junior or senior in college.
Go watch Porky's.
I was going to say your movies from the 80s.
Porky's. I mean, they all look like they were in their 30s. You know, which they probably needed to be to get away with some of the scenes that were done. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, because McAdams, even though she's the oldest, she pulls it off really well because she looks very young. I mean, she looks like she belongs in high school.
Seyfried was one of the other plastics.
Amanda Seyfried is so funny.
Is she the blonde or is she? Oh my God!
She's the one who can tell the weather by her breasts.
Yeah,
so
there's a 30% chance that it's already raining.
Yeah.
Or listen, I know a lot of people think you're dumb. No, I am dumb.
Oh my gosh, the delivery of that line was
Amanda
excellent.
Seyfried is so freaking funny.
And you remember a few years ago, I don't think we did Mank, but we watched the Orson Welles movie that it was about, and she's like incredible in that movie. Like she's not just some dumb blonde.
No, she's a good actress, but this I think might have been her first or second movie. And I thought she was really funny. Apparently, she read initially for the McAdams part, and they liked her, but then they went, "You're perfect for this brainless."
This other one?
Yeah.
Oh,
and I guess originally the McAdams part was originally going to be cast for Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah, she read for that part, yeah.
Okay. Right. And, of course, in hindsight, you go, well, yeah, of course she would work with that. But if you put yourself back in 2004, Lindsay Lohan was, the love bug,
Yeah, she was often like the straight character.
Yeah, she was the good girl.
She was not the heel.
Right. Yeah. She was the face. And so it worked pretty well here. I really enjoyed it. It was a neat little snapshot of, that type of life. I wonder, Kent, is there still room to do the snapshot of high school life? Are these, I mean, it seems like these movies happen, we've talked about different generations going back to Ferris Bueller, going back to Porky's. Does this formula still work today?
The question is, can you get anybody to make the movie? I think it would still work. But the issue now is this sort of middle-sized movie, they're just not getting made because the big studios, if you're not going to open at $30 million or $25 million weekend, they don't want anything to do with you. And the prestige movies, so to speak, those kind of movies are not this kind of middle ground movie. It's the same thing with, there are a lot of character study, cop type movies, small, that were in between that aren't getting made anymore. And that's a shame.
Yeah. At some point, high school movies, I think, will always continue to be made. It's going to be really interesting to see a filmmaker who figures out a way to do it now, just given the phone and how ubiquitous that is in society, right? Like, again, not to just say like that's what
made this movie great. Because, like, that's not why this movie is good, but it's very notable and it's very noticeable given if you go to a high school now, you're not going to see people walking around not on their phones in the hallway.
I think the closest we've gotten to that so far is 8th Grade, that Bo Burnham movie.
Yeah.
We did that movie club a couple years ago.
Yep.
But I don't think we've had another one that's really been.
I'm going through the Rolodex right now, Kent. So, like, we did 8th Grade. Easy A came out. That's probably 15 years old now, 10, 15 years old now.
Project X. There was a movie called 16 that was maybe 7 or 8 years ago, but it was not by any stretch of the imagination a teen comedy. But it was about, 16-year-olds.
Yeah, interesting. Nice pick, John.
Great pick.
Yeah, it was.
It's a great movie.
It's on Paramount Plus if you'd like to catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you have a friend who's a lady, she has it on DVD.
She definitely has it on DVD.
Probably
does.
Just borrow it.
Probably does.
4 in 5 women have this on DVD. Honestly, call like 5 of your friends and just say, hey, do you have Mean Girls or did you own Mean Girls? Maybe they got rid of it at some point in time, but they definitely owned it.
But in all seriousness, as the manly man of the group,
Oh, yeah.
No, it's fun because it's coming from a different point of view.
100%.
Because most of these other movies we've talked about have been male-centered.
Yeah.
And this one is female-centered, but it's funny, it's smart, and it doesn't insult your intelligence. Because sometimes when you flip the gender script, sometimes it pokes more fun. This is just about a snapshot of what girls were like in high school.
Well, Kent, too, another thing that I heard when I was listening to the rewatchables that I had noticed was one of the hosts pointed out how bad Lindsay Lohan's makeup starts getting towards the end of the movie as she tries to start embracing it. And it peaks with her weird outfit at the party, which is the dress, but you can see her bra straps as well. But she doesn't know how to do makeup. She doesn't know how to dress. And so it's just like even those little things that I didn't notice when I was 16, I found even funnier. Like Riss was like, "What is she?" That. She was like, "What is she wearing right now?" And then, even that was pretty funny the other night.
So, and that's your Tina Fey influence on the movie, because a guy writing that movie wouldn't write that stuff in there.
No,
and believe me, that was written in. That was part of the development of the character, and so it was written into the script. So that's that's a good point.
Yeah. I would really, and Amy Poehler didn't really have a writing credit for this, did she? I know she and Tina Fey have worked together on a lot of things, but I think she was just an acting credit.
Yeah,
and we haven't really mentioned Amy Poehler.
She was the cool mom.
She plays Rachel McAdams' mom, who's trying desperately to be young again.
Is there alcohol in this?
Yeah,
nobody.
I would like to see another collaboration of those two coming up with something.
Yeah.
Whether it's another TV series or a movie, or heck, it could be like a mini series or something.
They work very
because
well
they
together.
work very well together. They're very funny. They just get it.
Yep.
They get comedy.
Yeah.
And I wish they would do a little bit more. It's been a while since we've seen something new from them.
Yeah.
Well, that is Mean Girls. Again, it's on Paramount Plus. Nick is picking next, and Josh has promised that the over is hitting this week.
It absolutely is, because we are going to go to Peacock and watch Jojo Rabbit.
I've never seen Jojo Rabbit.
That's a good movie.
I love this movie, and I've wanted to pick it for a while, but I feel like I keep missing it on streaming.
Classic.
So this was said it was new this month on Peacock, so it shouldn't go anywhere.
This isn't that disturbing one where Jerry Lewis plays the clown, is it?
No.
Thank God.
It has a little Nazi presence, however.
Okay. Yeah. I just making sure. I didn't want to go down.
And what's it on, Nick?
Peacock.
All right.
Jojo Rabbit will be next week in Movie Club.
Kent, here's a question for you, NBA related, before we let you go. John mentioned the Lakers earlier. Who are you rooting for in the rest of the playoffs?
Who am I rooting for? Or who
do you want
to think will happen?
No, who the teams remaining, who do you want to win?
What I want to see is San Antonio, Oklahoma City.
Yep. And
it's hard. I like both of those teams. But but I've kind of taken with San Antonio at the moment, and Wemby and all. Those are just young guys, right? I mean, there's nobody on that team with significant experience, and yet they're hanging in there. I think they win tonight, and I think that's going to be a heck of a series.
Yeah, it's wild, Kent. Like I was listening to something the other day, and they pointed out that like we have seen young players win championships before, but never as the best player. Like SGA last year was, I think, 26, and like that is on the young side. If Wemby is somehow able to do this, I mean, truly unprecedented to have your best player. What is he, 22? We've never seen something like this in the NBA.
Is he even 22? He might not even be that old. But the only comparison that I could come up with on that was Magic.
But even he had Kareem.
But when in the finals, Kareem was hurt and he carried him in the finals. So
for sure.
All right. Well, Kent, we'll talk to you next week, and have a great weekend. Stay safe. The weather's going to get a little weird this weekend, but you're already in your basement. So you're
I was going to say I'm safely in the basement, and in about an hour and 45 minutes, I'll turn on the Prime, and I won't leave the basement again until midnight.
Are you going to watch all 24 hours of this thing?
Oh, God, no. No, and
it's not the time. You don't have to be anywhere.
I don't have to be anywhere. It starts at 8 a.m., apparently. So it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m., which must be 3 o'clock in Germany, I think is what it is.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right. Well, Kent, have an awesome weekend. Thanks again.
Thank you, Kent.
The same. See you guys.
You bet. Kent Wogemont and the Movie Club. We've got 2/3 of our programming lineup. In the house.
We do.
The only third that's not here is the one that's not operating with a foot.
Well, he said he's going to walk here from Shields. I look forward to seeing how that goes.
Apparently, Joey's going to make an appearance too.
Oh, wow. The whole crew, basically.
He said he was. Maybe he's napping.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. But the midday show can't be good enough to come out here.
The midday show can't be here. We have... That's true. There is no gambling.
There's the
here.
Underdog Fantasy app, though.
There is you can play
promo
the
code
Underdog
1620 the zone. It's a great promo
if you'd
code.
like.
Prudon
is here. He might be able to, get us some bats or something, or some sunglasses. Might work a scam for us, because that's what he's good at.
We love his
and
scams.
Jed made an appearance.
Yeah, he hooked me up with a shot of deliciousness.
Yeah,
surprised you didn't ask if you wanted
that
any.
Damn liquid licorice.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Jed. We love Jed.
Liquid rish.
Jed has gone so into the Jaeger, now he dresses like he's Jaeger.
We call him Connor McYaeger now.
Head to toe in Jaeger. That's what he is. No, but
and he's got the tattoo.
And of course, he's got the tattoo.
That's awesome.
See, that's the reason why the dogs come after you. It's not because of you, it's because of that thing. All right, we'll be back. We're at Twin Peaks. Come on out and say hi. 179th and Dodge. If you're just getting off work, stop on by. The beer is always kept at 29 degrees, and we are closing in on a one-beer Friday.
And closing in on Jack Mitchell.
Nice.
Who's coming up soon on 1620 The Zone. I just realized something. As Shafe was getting served, they got banquet on tap here.
That's what Happer's been enjoying. I'm going to be doing the same thing in a little bit.
They got banquet on tap here at 29 degrees.
Best beer to have when you're watching the program.
That's right. So come on out and have a banquet with us, or maybe you'll do a banquet light.
There you go.
Or whatever they have. They got Miller Lite, look like garage beer. There's a lot of good stuff on tap. And it's all kept at 29 degrees. We are here, of course, at Twin Peaks, 179th and Dodge. We're not going to have time to get to the net rest. We'll have to wait for after the happy hour for that.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot to get in there as far as where it's all going. I can't wait to talk to Jack about this.
Oh, he's listening right now in the green room.
Well, I'm going to give him a chance to prepare, but I saw this on Twitter right as we were going on the air. So if you're not familiar, if you win a national championship in basketball, you have the option to buy the Final Four court, the floor that they use.
Which is weird. I feel like you should just earn it. Like that should be like they should give it to you. But the NCAA's always got to make a buck.
They always got to make a buck.
Always got to make a buck.
So, for example, Villanova, their last 2 titles, they bought the floor.
Isn't it the practice gym? Isn't that what they did?
They actually use it. They redid their arena so that in the back where there's concessions and the private, clubs are, they basically put the floor down there. Yeah. And it's really cool. And it's got all the markings from, I think it was Houston, all of that.
Okay.
So I've heard of this for Final Four teams.
Yeah, it makes sense.
The University of Iowa,
who
famously did not make the Final Four.
No.
They purchased the floor used in the Houston Regional for the Elite Eight and the Sweet 16. And at least David Eicholt, who covers the Hawkeyes, said the new playing surface comes as the current Carver Hawkeye Arena court has reached a typical point in its life cycle for replacements. Do you think they might use it as their actual floor?
Wow. That's weird. I mean, their season still ended on the floor, though. Like, I get it. Like, you went really far, but like, all right.
I mean, normally
trolling,
and they're not going to keep the Final Four markings on it,
or you mean the Elite Eight,
or the Elite Eight? Sorry, the regional.
You'll
markings
you'll put your logos on it,
right?
Huh?
Is this Iowa's way of flexing on Nebraska?
Man,
hey, we beat you on this floor.
Further we get away from that game, the more stunning it all is. Nebraska was killing them early. Remember that? They were up big early, up by 10 early. Now it was really, really early.
Well, they were killing them until they decided not to play 5 guys on the floor.
That was bad. God, they did do that.
They did do that.
That was really rough.
They did do that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll talk to Jack coming up next.
Okay.
He's getting ready for softball. By the way, I was just looking. Louisville, the 2 seed, is losing 3-0 to Grand Canyon. That game is in the 5th inning.
Oh, hello.
It's on right behind us.
Oh,
in fact,
cool.
we might be disseminating it.
Oh, awesome.
3-0 Grand Canyon in the 5th. So an upset alert as Nebraska gets ready to play South Dakota tonight at 5:30. We'll be back from Twin Peaks, 179th and Dodge on 1620 The Zone. doggone pages. I was trying to find the logo. There it is.
Joey's here. Look at
Joey's
that.
sketch.
So we're missing one person from the zone.
See, this is like
and two people from
this
the
is
zone.
like when Rothstein after the tournament, his season's done. Joey's work is done.
Time for Joey to relax.
Yeah, we sleep in May. Says Joey Sketch. There's Jack Mitchell joining us in the Super Friends Roundtable. You were in the green room there when I was telling that story. Iowa's buying the court, the Sweet 16 court. I've never heard of. I didn't know you had the option to do this for the regionals, but way to go, Iowa.
I mean, it sounds like a cheap thing to do. Buy a used court? I don't know. I mean, we're going to get this shipped. It's already been used. There's a lot of questions, but
it takes away the novelty because it's not like they're going to scrub the logos off, or they are going to scrub the logos off. Thus, you won't really know it's that court.
I guess I assumed incorrectly. I guess I never really thought about this. So they did get a brand new court for every NCAA regional. Like, I don't know how often you replace courts in basketball arenas, to be honest.
Yeah, how often is it? Is it 5 years? Is that what the lifespan is of a basketball court?
I think it's a little more than that, probably 7 or 8 years. But yeah, I mean it.
Or 6,
happens.
7.
Or 6, 7.
Jack, have you ever heard of that joke? 6, 7.
I have. I have a 15-year-old. Yes, I have.
Are the kids still doing 6, 7? Because I feel like the adults have taken over it so much.
It's pretty much out, I think.
6,
I don't know.
7.
We're
6,
on,
7.
See, our server's shaking her head too. She's like, "What is up with this?"
There was a time that anytime you were at like a Nebraska basketball game or anything where they panned the crowd, every time a kid would be on there, they would do that thing, and it reminded me of remember when all the kids did the flossing thing? Like that was like, do you remember that?
Awesome.
You guys,
what was that? Oh, is that like the
I mean, just look it up. It was just this little dance.
I know what it is.
And every kid like had that so ingrained to them, they would just like involuntarily do it when they had nothing else to do. I was one of my kids, my daughter was probably in elementary school then, and I went to like parent teacher conferences, and there was a kid just in a corner by himself flossing. It was like he had glitched. It was like that was the only thing he knew how to do. Like they start doing these things, get a camera on them, and they do that. I mean, it was dapping. It was dapping first, flossing, and then 6, 7.
You're being asked to demonstrate.
Do the floss.
I can't do it.
What it was.
I can't do. I've still never been able to do it. I tried to get my nephews to teach me how to do it. I can't.
All right. Well, I tried, folks. I tried.
Sad.
I tried to get him to demonstrate flossing.
I can't really do it, and it'll be hard to fit. Josh, that's not really it, Josh. It's like, okay, it's
all right. Here he is.
Yeah, let's do it, Jack.
That's
that almost looks like the truffle shuffle.
It's not really quite right, but it's something like that.
I'm trying to remember what was our version of 6, 7 back when we were in high school? What were we doing back then? I feel like it was dabbing, but is that younger than us?
Dabbing was like 2000.
What about the pancake? Planking was younger. Like I was already out of college when planking started becoming a thing. The Dougie. There you go. That's the answer.
What was that? What was that? Whip Nay Nay when that song was out. There's a video.
Watch me Nay Nay.
There's a video YouTube that got popular then, like of a youth football game that was going on that song started. And all the kids just like stopped in the middle of the play because they were doing the dance. Like they become so just ingrained in their minds, and they couldn't even finish the play. Everybody was whipping and nay-naying.
Even on the field, the players were probably whipping and nay-naying.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 3rd and 4. This is a big play.
Don't forget the Harlem Shake. Don't forget the Harlem Shake. That would have been.
I love the Harlem Shake. Schaefer never watched the Harlem Shake videos. He was like, "This isn't fun."
I remember when the Huskers made one.
Watch
Amen, Schaefer.
Don't you remember there's the Miami Heat one, right, with LeBron and the Birdman and everything? That was a very famous one, as I recall.
Well, remember the Nebraska one? Remember Nebraska?
The Nebraska one during spring practice, really, I think.
Yeah, that was awesome. I like the Harlem Shake.
Was that during Bo?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was remember the Bo off seasons? It was always like, look, he's fun now.
And look, he brought a cat to the game.
And then the season would arrive, and he would ban reporters from practice. You
Yeah.
know, like, God, those were the good old days.
Yeah.
Those were the good old days.
Unreal.
Yep.
All right. Well, Huskers softball's getting ready to play here in a little bit. We mentioned
Let's go.
Grand Canyon is upsetting Louisville.
Ooh, interesting.
Your confidence level in softball. I mean, I feel like it's almost a foregone conclusion that they'll be in Oklahoma City this year.
That they'll be in my confidence that they'll be in Oklahoma City, or just generally,
Yeah.
or they'll be in Oklahoma City.
Star Wars House, Jack, are you making a return trip?
If they get to the final 3-game series, I think I need to. I think if they get to the final,
Get
I
to
think
the finals.
Yeah, I mean, if they get to the final, and then you're gonna have multiple games. I
True.
don't know.
Good point.
I mean, they're number one in the nation. See, here's what I love about softball being number one, and this is like with volleyball. It's a team that I admittedly am not like living and dying with all of the time during the regular season. I'm not an expert on, but I'm certainly jumping on the bandwagon, like everyone else. And if they're on, I'll put them on all the time on TV. But when they're really, really good, it's fun because I can, with really no repercussions, and I don't believe in jinxes, I can be just, and I'm going to use this word. It's okay to use on the radio. I'm very cocksure. Very cocksure about about those teams, and I braggadocious, make outlandish claims about these teams. Well, I wouldn't do it about I don't really do that with my other teams though. For the most part, just like ultimate guaranteed. Like I do a morning show host or a morning show with Nate Rohr, who's a play-by-play guy.
Friend of the Grummy joined us yesterday.
Oh, did he? I didn't know that. He's been doing a lot of interviews. He offices next to me. I can hear every word of them. I missed that one. And by the way, he is among one of the best. No offense, John. He's one of the best play-by-play guys I think around. And I love.
No offense. He's way better than John Bishop.
Well, I didn't mean to say it was better. I just realized there's another. There's another play-by-play.
They can both be some of the best.
They're 1 and 2 in some order, and then in the world, obviously.
Nate does a hell of a job. He does.
He does. He's just got a different style. He's got a really unique style, and I really love listening to the games. And in any case, though, I make him really uncomfortable during the morning show because he's kind of, when you're the play-by-play, you're kind of like part of the team a little bit. And, if you're a coach or you're a player, I make Baylor uncomfortable. And I talked to him, John Baylor, about this because I'm like, I was like, Nate, what do you think the line in this game for tonight is? 17.5. I'll take all 17 Huskers by 17.5. I'll take the overs on that. Right. I'll take Nebraska minus 17.5. And I'm like, you got to explain to me the mercy rule because that's the one thing I'm worried about ruining, the 17.5. But I can just be a blatantly, ridiculously overconfident about them murdering everyone. And it usually is in volleyball. It's generally been justified with very, very few exceptions. It's a fun way to be a fan. I'd recommend you find a really good team and jump on the bandwagon. Well, Josh, you've done that most of your life. So,
That's not true. I'm a Cowboys fan.
Well, when you jumped on,
Yeah, I guess so. I have thought about that. Like, what's it like to be a Chiefs fan when you go into games with Patrick Mahomes? It's just has to be, we have Patrick Mahomes. Or like a Patriots fan in the Brady era. Like,
right.
You never enter a game not confident. It has to be the best feeling in the world.
People should experience, and I guess I did get it in the 90s with football. But it's nice to relive that once again with a couple of sports. It's a lot of fun.
Jack,
It is.
Let me ask you about baseball. And I want to ask you to compare right now with 25 years ago. And this team, I don't think that they're going to go on the College World Series run. I'd be surprised if they did that. But does this team remind you of the Dave Van Horn era at all, or at least the pre-College World Series Dave Van Horn teams at all in the style in which they play? And because it really seems like the fan base has wrapped their arms around this group like they haven't in a while. And we saw that with the attendance numbers recently. I mean, it was nuts last weekend, especially, and against USC especially. But, like, does it remind you of that stuff at all? See, the look on your face is telling me no.
No, I mean, well, first of all, they've jumped on because they've been winning, not necessarily because of any personality trait or style of the team. I don't know. The first thing, and John can talk probably as good about this as anyone, but with all of those teams, I think of the 003 team. I sometimes mess up the years, but Shane Comine was such you had like dominant dominant pitchers, right? You had Jabba when he was a part of that. Like you had, and I don't feel like they don't have that. That's not how they're doing it with a dominant pitcher necessarily. They do have a completely wide variety of players, including players that if you're not following very closely, you don't know are on the team. And then you go to a game on Friday night and they almost hit for the cycle. And then for the entire weekend, they have like 18 RBIs. So you have things like that, and that was the catcher. And I can't think of his name right now. So you're getting a very
Nebraska's catcher, the kid from Lincoln East.
No, that's what he wasn't. They played the other guy.
Oh, Fikes. They played Larry Fikes.
And so they've been playing Jeter. I know Jeter because he played with Johnny.
Right. That's why I was surprised you couldn't come up with a name. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I know Jeter from high school, but Fikes came in and I was at that game and he's just hitting the snot out of the ball every time. And so you've got Will Jeske's been hurt. He'll come and he'll hit you just have a wide variety of good hitters and like who can look really good throughout the season. So I think it's different kind of stylistically that way because you don't have, the dominant starter that's in there. They're like, you got to get to them, right? You got to get to that. They've been shuffling their weekend rotation a lot this year.
Yeah, that is a huge difference. I mean, they had Comine, they had Jabba, but they also had the guys like a Brian Dunsing. They had
deep,
they had a good 1, 2, and a 3, and this team it's more pitching depth. It's just not, you don't have that hammer at the top of the rotation who's like, all right, this guy's going to go out. All we need to score is 3 runs and we're going to win the game. That type of guy. But the thing that I think this team has that maybe those other teams didn't, and it's a little hard because, obviously they had different bats in those years. So, the John Coles, the Adam Stearns, Alex, they had gaudy averages, but that's because of the bats. I think the magic of this team is how balanced they are from 1 through 9. I mean, it's just there's like hard outs in
they never stop.
There's hard outs 1 through 9 almost in this lineup. And then, they get enough pitching done. The thing about this team is they are so good at home, which is why I think it's so important to get that home regional. Because if you do, theoretically, you might only have to go on the road once. Because once you come back to Omaha, we know what it's going to be like. And this team is so good, and it's not a knock on them. I'm not saying this they can't win when they don't have fans on their side. But this team is so good when they have fans on their side. It takes them up to another level. So it'll be fascinating to see if they do get that home regional. Then what happens after that? Theoretically, they may only have to win 2 games on the road, and then they're right back.
And then they're back, and basically it's like another home game.
Because if they get a home regional, pity whoever's here. Because they are tough to beat at home. They're tough to beat, period. But they're really tough to beat at home.
Yeah, and then the other thing about this team too is, Dylan Carey his numbers are insane. Like his numbers are really, really good.
This is the guy who would be the Alex Gordon if there was just more flash about him. But he is a really good shortstop.
He leads the Big Ten in RBI by I'm just looking this up right now. He leads the Big Ten. Okay, he's top in the league. He leads it by 1. I thought I saw a bigger number, but he leads the league in RBI. He is in the top. He's number 11 in average, and he is number 12 in home runs, 7 off the league from Chalowski from UCLA. So he is just, all around really, really. I don't think he gets enough. I don't think he gets mentioned as a superstar enough, to be honest.
He's very good.
Jack, biggest takeaway from the NFL schedule release? I know that you were watching the whole thing last night.
Was that last night? I haven't seen any of it. Tell me about it.
Oh, man. I mean, it's pretty cool. The Rams are playing like 1,000 primetime games. It's like a record number.
America's team.
It's going to be a real shame if the Rams are horrible this year, Jack.
I got to find like a summary here. So Patriots, Seahawks in week 1. So we got.
Yeah, what do you think about that to open? And the season's going to open on a Wednesday this year.
Because there's America's team.
No, you're saying the Seahawks are America's team or the Patriots? You're opening on Thursday, John.
The Rams.
The Rams are playing in Australia to open their season. What do you think about that, Jack?
When's that? Friday? Thursday?
Thursday.
So Patriots, Seahawks on Wednesday, Rams in Australia. Is that still at night?
49ers.
Is that still at night in the U.S.? Are they going to play it in the morning there?
It's a night game here. It'll be like a 10:30 a.m. game in Australia on Friday.
Wow. No, it's good. More games. I mean, I'm fine with that.
More games.
I don't know.
There's a Thanksgiving Eve game. What do you think about a Wednesday night before Thanksgiving NFL game on Netflix?
Absolutely love. There are very few dates anymore that don't have enough sports on TV. Thanksgiving Eve has been that. I mean, that's been a real problem, in my opinion.
It's been a real problem.
No, it has not been a problem.
Yes, it has. There's not. You're at your family's house. You're not going out and doing anything.
I'm sorry you hate your family so much. You don't want to.
You're sitting. Sports is a good thing to do together. There may be not. Other than maybe like New Year's Day, obviously, and like Christmas and Thanksgiving itself. Like, there's no night where there should be better sports on. When Texas A&M got off that night, I was legit disappointed.
Isn't it hilarious, Jack, that John's trying to lecture you on not spending time with your family when every year around Thanksgiving, John literally leaves his family?
It's part of my job. I have to.
Well, watching NFL is part of my job, so I have to.
First of all, I don't want the NFL on Black Friday. This makes way more. I like this way more than Black Friday.
They're doing both, actually. They're doing.
I know. I know, but of the two, I mean, I forget those games are on Black Friday for obvious reasons. But when that Wednesday, I love it. College football should have been all over that night. I don't remember who played there last year, but they had a game. They had something on in college football because they moved the Egg Bowl, didn't they?
Egg Bowl is on Black Friday at 11 a.m. this year, and Texas A&M's the night game on Black Friday night. I think last year was on a Saturday, though.
Move Nebraska, Iowa to Wednesday night.
Oh, you want to give Matt Rule the big heart attack. Great. And people think I'm the hater.
That's when they're going to
win. Can you imagine the complaining that would happen if they moved that game to Wednesday?
Move it to Wednesday. And that's the problem, maybe. It's the Black Friday curse, right?
Got to get
Black
off
Friday curse.
Got to play on a Wednesday.
2001, it was set, and now we're on it. We need to just get off it, I think.
Just move it to Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Now that's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought about that one before.
Oh, well.
I'm excited to look at this NFL schedule. I forgot that happened last night.
Check it out, Jack. I think you'll like it.
Yeah. Well, you can do that while you're spending time in between shifts covering storm warnings this weekend.
Oh, God. I'm gone. I'm in Iowa to start. I'm leaving tomorrow for Iowa.
Oh, look at you.
Got a graduation. I don't know how tonight's looking.
KLIN, I think.
But yeah, we ought to use you for that. That would be good. You and Caleb should just do the storm. We should just have alumni do the weather
back
coverage.
in.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I'd listen to that. I'd listen to that more than I'd listen to myself. That sounds really good.
We'll reanimate Dan the weatherman.
You, Caleb, and Whitney should do the show when I take some vacation sometime. I would be good.
Awesome idea.
Bring in Dave too. That would be great. I'll listen to that. I will listen to that. That'd be amazing. By the way, last thing about the NFL
you
schedule.
won't. You'll be on vacation. Hopefully, you won't be listening.
Patriots, Seahawks. It was boring at the end of last year. It's boring now.
Yeah, but it won't be boring now because we'll be spending the whole time talking about Diana Rossini. So
that's true. That's true. All right, Jack, we got to go.
Bye.
We got fun.
Movie
Have
time.
a great weekend.
Bye.
Yeah.
Or something.
We already did movie.
That was last.
Oh, sorry. I usually listen to it. I'm sorry I missed that.
Jeez, pay attention.
Bye, Jack.
All right, we'll be back. Happy hour. It's a One Beer Friday.
One Beer Friday. Oh, Joey's enjoying. Let's go.
Joey can drink now because he's not having to make up fake schedules.
It's Joey relaxation time now.
It is. It's Joey. Joe. Joe Laxation.
And again, there are only two people from the zone proper who are not here right now. The Midday Boys.
Well, one guy has an excuse because he's the boss.
That's true. What's the other guy's excuse?
His foot's broken. It's happy hour coming up next from Twin Peaks 179th and Dodge on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Yes, indeed. It is One Beer Friday, live from Twin Peaks, Eats, Drinks, Scenic Views, 179th and Dodge. And we have enjoyed the great company of the folks here at the Peaks. If you have not been here to the new location, because, you know, there used to be a different Twin Peaks over there on Center. This one is bigger. It's more comfortable. Now they've closed the garage doors because it's getting a little breezy, but it can let the natural air in. They got a TV set up that we're all jealous of. I mean, there's literally not a place where you can't see a TV. Yet it's very spacious, and it's the same great Twin Peaks menu. We had the wings earlier on. They were amazing. I mean, massive wings, huge wings. And on Fridays, they do $6 pick your old fashioned. Pick your old fashioned, only $6. And the beers are 29 degrees, and ours are on the way. Ours are on the way.
I am ready to go.
For a One Beer Friday, the best place for a One Beer Friday on this Friday is Twin Peaks, 179th and Dodge. No, McMaster is not made.
People keep asking. Is Matt there? The answer is definitively no.
No.
He is not there. And I'm worried. I feel like our colleagues are going to be leaving soon. They got to go home. They got to do things. Got to get changed, maybe getting ready for a night on the town or a night with their kids.
Got to take care of Hudson, man.
Got Hudson to take care of.
Yeah.
Got the streetcar. What?
The streetcar.
What?
No one's taking care of it.
Yeah, no one's doing that.
Sadly, the streetcar does not drive you out here to 179th and Dodge, or it won't. Well, not for another 100 years, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
And
It'll be done eventually, John.
It won't really matter. But anyway, yesterday we learned of all of the NFL schedules.
Yep.
Josh watched all the team videos.
I fast forwarded through some of the Chargers one because I heard that there was references. I only saw one reference though. I didn't watch the whole video.
Yeah, we'll have that coming up here in just a little bit.
I didn't want to spoil Nick's surprise.
No, we don't want to spoil Nick's surprise.
We love Nick's surprises.
But here's some facts and factoids and data.
Okay.
Now that we can break down the schedule.
Awesome.
Strength of schedule based on the Vegas forecasted win totals. The easiest schedule belongs to the Detroit Lions.
Wow, interesting.
Playing in that weak-ass NFC North.
It is a garbage division.
Pathetic, weak NFC North.
Yeah, he's not listening. We're too far away.
No, Joey heard me, though. He's giving me the
good.
Second, the New Orleans Saints. Third, the Cincinnati Bengals. Look at this.
Oh, let's
nice cold beer. Love it.
go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bethany's been a great server for us today. Cheers, everyone.
Thank you. Cheers
Banquets.
to a One Beer Friday.
29-degree banquets. Cheers.
Look at that. Happy One Beer Friday.
Happy One Beer Friday indeed. Bengals are third easiest. On the hard end, all three of our teams show up.
That's not good.
The Cardinals have the hardest schedule by far.
Yeah.
I saw somewhere where they weren't anywhere less than like a 6-point underdog.
Oh, yeah,
like
because
the
there's
first
already
12
early
games.
point spreads.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. So the Cardinals have the hardest schedule. The Dolphins, number 2. The Panthers, 3. Cowboys, 4. Rams, 5.
Wow, that's crazy because the Dolphins are going to, and the Cardinals, those teams are going to suck.
Yeah, I was already out on the Dolphins, and now this.
Yeah, not only are you going to be bad, but you're going to be bad with a really tough schedule as well.
I might be taking a gap year for football.
Probably. So here is the big question, the net rest. We've talked about this every year.
Yeah.
For about the last 3 or 4 years. But this is the difference as you look at the schedule where the bye weeks fall. Do you have a short week because you're playing on, Thursday after coming off of a Sunday? Do you have a longer week because you have a Monday night game? This is the net rest. So this is the difference between you and your opponent. The net rest differential champions this year with a
Give them the belt.
With a plus 15-day net rest differential, McMaster's Bears.
Wow, that could be helpful for them.
Number 2, the Buffalo Bills at plus 14.
Ooh.
Number 3, once again, perpetuating the notion that the NFL is trying everything it can to help.
What do you mean?
The Dallas Cowboys.
What are you talking about?
Even though they refuse to take any help because, they just didn't win. 11.5.
That's pretty crazy. It's honestly a surprise that they are able to be that high on this list because of all the weird days that they play on. They always play on Thanksgiving. They're always going to have another Thursday game, et cetera, et cetera.
When eventually the Bills get knocked out of the playoffs, this will be even more funny for me.
Well, we're going to have some data on that coming up. Washington is the 4th team that has plus 10 or more.
Okay.
They're at plus 10 net rest differential to the good.
Okay.
Now to the bad.
Ugh.
This year's champion with a minus 24-day net rest differential, the LA Chargers.
Thank God they have superior coaching in Jim Harbaugh.
And Mike McDaniel.
And Mike McDaniel calling the plays.
The Eagles are second at minus 15.
Shout out to Roger Goodell for getting it done.
So the difference between the team with the worst net rest and the second team is 9 days.
Which and to go 9 days after that, you got to go. I mean, it's quite the jump in terms of where that net rest is. That's a huge gap between the Chargers and the Eagles, let alone everybody else.
And the Raiders are minus 13.5 net rest differential. So what does all of this mean? Well, ESPN put out a graphic. So 2002 was the year of the 4-division alignment, right?
Yes.
Once we got
that
to
was
32
when
teams.
The Texans were at it.
Texans, the new Browns. So these are the teams that had the best net rest differential since 2002. So this is a nice, long, almost 25-year difference.
Okay.
And what I wanted to do is examine how many of these teams took advantage of all this net rest and how far did it get them. So on this graphic, there are 39 teams. This year's Bears have the second most net rest positive of any team since 2002, and this year's Bills have the second best. The best goes to the Ravens of 2 years ago. They were at plus 15 days. That team made the playoffs. On this, see you, Shafes. On this graphic, we have one Super Bowl champion, the Eagles of 2 years ago.
Sad.
We have 4 conference champions. In addition to the Eagles, the 21 Bengals, the 15 Panthers, and the 2009 Colts.
Okay.
And 14 playoff teams. So 14 of these 39 teams that had the net rest advantage made the playoffs. That's about 36%.
I was just going to do the math, yeah.
It's about 36%.
So like, that's solid, but it's not like anything to really write home about, is it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now let's go to the other extreme.
Okay.
Worst net rest differential. On this graphic, there is only one team that won a conference championship, and that was the 49ers in 2023. No Super Bowl champs.
Wow.
12 total playoff teams. So you take 12 into 31, that's about 38%. So in terms of just raw playoff teams, having the worst or the best net rest differential is really a wash. Yeah, we have one Super Bowl team on the positive side and 4 conference champions, but there's really not a huge difference. And I've also noticed on both lists, I didn't mark them here on this graphic, you had a lot of really bad teams.
Yeah.
It didn't matter if they had a positive net rest.
Kind of negligible in the end.
Exactly. It was a push.
That's interesting. Like, I mean, as you said, there's no Super Bowl champs on this side of the ledger. So at least from that perspective, probably shouldn't expect one of these teams to win a Super Bowl.
And by the way, this year's Chargers are second only to the 2012 Eagles in terms of worst net rest differential. They were minus 25. This year's Chargers are minus 24.
And that team didn't make the playoffs, if I remember.
They did not
right.
make the playoffs.
So, like, again, like, it's interesting, but I think if you are wanting to say, like, yeah, net rest is a massive advantage, I think you'd want, like, another couple Super Bowl champs and maybe another couple Super Bowl participants and maybe another couple playoff participants as well. So it just kind of covers the gamut. Whereas in the end, like, this is interesting. And I don't think either of us are arguing, this doesn't matter. It will matter. It will matter over the course of the season. I would much rather be a team that does not have a bunch of negative rest versus a team that does. That said, like, it doesn't really mean that much at the end of the day.
The Eagles went 4-12 in 2012.
We love to see it. God, let's bring back those days. Can we bring back those days, John?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Connor Orr over at SI.com.
Or what?
He identified a handful of teams that he thought got the shaft.
Mm-hmm.
Number one on his list
was it the Rams?
Is your soon-to-be world champion Los Angeles
I don't
Rams.
know. Not with this toughness. Not with all this travel.
4 2025 playoff teams in the first 5 weeks. They play Thanksgiving Eve. They play Christmas in primetime. And the Seahawks games are the third to last and second to last game of the year.
I hate that. Like, man, those games
And they've done that for a couple
of
of teams, including the Lions, who also made Connor Orr's list. All 3 of their division road games are in weeks 15, 16, 17, 8, or in those last 4 weeks.
Wow.
So they go to Minnesota, to Green Bay, and to Chicago, all within a 4-week period.
And 2 of those, of course, are going to be outdoors. Yeah, I mean, I know I joked about it with you the other day, but I thought the Rams we knew about the Australia situation for a while. But you're also playing on a lot of goofy days. You have the Wednesday night before Thanksgiving. You have do you have the Christmas Eve, or you have a Christmas game? I can't remember.
Yeah, against Seattle.
Yeah, so like you're playing on a lot of the non-traditional days. All kidding aside, like you're playing on every day of the week this year except for Tuesday. So like that stuff is very wild. And I think that over the course of a 17-game, 18-week season, that type of stuff can really show itself.
The Jags were also mentioned
in the negative capacity.
In the negative. So Brian Burke of ESPN does a pain index.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of rest differential, back-to-back road trips, travel miles. The Jaguars' schedule, we don't have the graphic like we do on the others. It's the worst pain index since 2002.
Wow.
The Jaguars.
Interesting. Did he do winners? Did Connor Orr do winners?
I did not. If he did, I didn't see it.
Okay.
I did not see it. He just mentioned the teams that kind of got the most of the shaft. By the way, according to our friend of the Grum, Aaron Schatz,
shout out,
based on DVOA, so based on his power rankings, the toughest schedules first half of the season, weeks 1 through 9, Chargers, Cardinals, Broncos, Bills, Commanders, Jaguars.
Okay.
Back half, weeks 10 through 18, hardest schedules, Steelers, Packers, Jets, Eagles, Titans.
Toughest in the back half?
Yes.
Good. I like hearing Eagles in there. Cowboys have some tough ones early too. They don't have the internet, like cross ocean flight, transatlantic. But they are. I mean, it's not like getting down to Rio is a jaunt. It's going to take a little bit to get down there, and that's in week 3, and then they don't have a bye week in week 4. I think 3 out of their first 4 are on the road. So that'll be. That's the stuff you look for. Like, all kidding aside about all the jokes that we make, that's the stuff that I always am looking for. Where are they going? What kind of short weeks are you looking at? Last year, I didn't like it. You'll have to deal with it this year. Did not like playing on Christmas. I have obviously watched the Cowboys play on Thanksgiving. You have, since they've been doing that for multiple generations. I'm cool with that. I did not like doing the Christmas stuff, and so I'm happy that I'm avoiding all of that. Eagles are playing on Christmas Eve, and so that's the other thing I'm always looking out for with this is how will that affect our family lives and those types of things. So it's different. We talked about it with Jack. It's a way different schedule this year in terms of all of the different networks and types of things that we're going to see.
I really like that Christmas Eve game between the Dolphins and the Cowboys. That was cool.
That game sucked.
It was a great game.
Oh,
Hunter
that's right. They
Lipke
did play
fumbling at the goal line like an a-hole. God. Triggered.
All right, still to come from Twin Peaks. Coming up next, we're going to do some predictions.
Lovely.
We still have content coming up and what's for dinner. I'll tell you what should be for dinner, whatever's on the menu here at Twin Peaks.
Yes.
We had the wings earlier. Nick, how was your
the Philly was incredible.
The mega Philly.
The mega Philly was awesome. The fries are awesome. The ranch, awesome.
It is good ranch.
This beer, awesome.
Yes, 29-degree cold draft beer. And yes, they have Banquet on tap.
They
sure do.
They got Coors Banquet on tap.
What a time to be alive.
We're here at 179th and Dodge. It is Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. And they're special tonight. Pick your old fashioned for only $6.
I love Old Forester.
But as we go to break, we have not yet celebrated Happy Husker Football Week.
There is no place like Nebraska. Dear old Nebraska, you.
This week, Unsportsmanlike Conduct presents Happy Husker Football Week. A week of celebration as we count down to the 2026 Nebraska football season. And now, Unsportsmanlike Conduct is very happy to announce today's Happy Husker Football Factoid of the Day.
A chance at a 5-0 start could be on the line when the Huskers host Maryland on October 3rd. This will be a revenge game for Matt Rule, as Maryland the Huskers 13-10 in Lincoln in 2023. You will recall, this was the game where Nebraska the ball over 3 times in the fourth quarter. The pivotal moment came with just under 4 minutes to go. Instead of playing for a chip shot field goal that would have given the Huskers the lead, Rule decided to let his third-string quarterback, Chubba Purdy, throw the ball on 3rd and goal. It was in the end zone, which sparked a final drive in which Maryland drove to a field goal as time expired. What was going through Rule's head in that moment? Nobody will truly ever know. Yet, Troy Dannon thought it was a good idea to extend his contract. What's the buyout after this season? $3 million? And $54 million if we let this play out 2 more seasons. Oh, but that $44 million will feel like a bargain after 2028. Hell, why not wait until after 2030 when Nebraska can write the same check Auburn did to Gus Malzahn in 2020? That was before COVID.
Happy Husker Football Week. Turn that frown upside down. The season is less than 4 months away. From your Happy Husker Football Week official radio program, Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the
Hector Fasciitis boy made it.
He's finally here.
Matt McMaster.
It took
the
us 2
circle
hours.
now. The problem is half of the morning team or a third of the morning team already left, so we don't have our full family.
That's true. That's true. And Odson's still not here. Very sad. Very sad.
Very sad.
Yeah, very sad
I
indeed.
thought he was cool.
All right, it is time for predictions this week. Nick and I again running away with it. Josh,
Are you? I'm not that far behind.
You're pretty far behind.
I'm coming back. I'm literally coming back right now.
Really? I mean,
literally, I'm coming back.
Not
I'm
really.
closer this week than I was last week.
NBA. The Pistons at the Cavs. Detroit's won the last 3, right?
No, the Cavs.
The Cavs have won the last 3. The Cavs.
And this is
it doesn't matter. It's
Cleveland.
the East. No one's winning out of this conference.
Wrong.
Anyway.
The Knicks are good, John. The
No,
Knicks
they're
are good. Screw it. I'm going Cavs here. Pistons are falling apart.
You say they need to replace their O-rings, maybe a gasket.
Don't know any of these jokes, Nick, but they have a cadence of a car joke.
The camshaft is rusty. I like cars. Give me the Pistons.
I'm going to go with the Cavs. Not that it matters. These teams are sacrificial lambs anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Big Jim Harden.
That's true because they're going to have to play the Knicks. Good call, John. You know ball. You know somewhat ball.
Over under 19.5 points. This was one of my picks on Underdog Fantasy. I'm going to go higher or over on 19.5 for Big Jim Harden.
I'll go lower here.
Yeah, John, you don't know ball. He sucks.
You don't know beer.
Lower. It's the playoffs. He's not good in the playoffs. He had one good game, and that's all he'll
He's
have.
been over 19.5, I believe, in 3 of the 5 games. Spurs. The Spurs. 5.5 point favorite at the T-Wolves. Nick.
The high T-Wolves.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going San Antonio. San Antone.
Yeah.
Calandria.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Spurs. Wemby. Points plus rebounds plus assists. 43.5.
Higher.
You can go higher on that?
I'm definitely going higher on this one. Give me a nice Wemby closeout game.
I'm going to go under.
I will never disparage somebody with massive hands. Higher.
Okay.
Wemby has big hands.
What an odd thing to live by, an odd rule of life.
I don't trust somebody whose both hands could fit around my entire head.
What about tiny hands people?
I don't trust them either.
Interesting.
Just have normal hands.
To the NHL. Hooky. My Canadiens are playing the Buffalo Sabres
tomorrow.
This is a 3-3 series.
No,
right?
this is 3-2.
3-2.
Montreal could close this puppy out and go to the conference finals.
And they will, because God wants Canada to win a Stanley Cup or at least threaten a Stanley Cup.
I stand with John. Go Canadiens.
I stand with you both.
Look at this. Look at the hockey boys. Cool. Nick?
All right, this is where we need McMaster's help.
Okay.
Win, play, show in the weakness. It's not the preakness.
It's like the weakness take.
It's a weak field. All right, Matt. What should we pick?
Okay, he's taking too long. We're already behind.
He should memorize.
Yeah,
this.
I thought last week he knew like the numbers. He was like 19, 12, 4. See, he doesn't even care. All right, John, you ready? I'm going to go with the 5-horse Christopher Tolkien. Thank you. It's just talking, actually. I'll go with the hell we did to place. And to show, I'll go with Napoleon Solo. Get that reference, Nick?
I do.
That was the 10-horse.
I'm going to go with the 6-horse Chip. Don't call me Mike Honcho. Robusta, the 4-horse, and Pretty Boy Maya.
We know horse.
The 14-horse.
He says 2-12-3. So he's saying OCLE. He's saying Incredibolt.
and he's saying Crupper.
Incredible.
Interesting.
What's the last horse's name?
Crupper.
Crupper?
More like crapper.
What was the first horse's name?
I don't do Ocelli. Aren't you not? Just do the numbers. Okay, well.
Whatever.
He's a
All
late
right,
closer.
fine.
All right, thanks for the invite or the advice.
Baseball tonight.
Baseball.
It's rivalry
Oh,
weekend.
Subway Series.
Yankees are a 1.5 favorite over the Mets. I'm going to take the Mets tonight to cover and maybe win.
I thought they didn't score runs.
The Mets are a little bit better.
Yeah, I'll go with the
Little bit.
Yankees.
You Yankees.
You guys suck.
Speaking of sucking, the Royals are at the Cardinals. The Royals are terrible right now. Everybody.
Happer left.
I would say this if Happer was here, he would know. They're awful. I'm going the Cards 2-1. I don't feel good saying, oh, come on, Bigelow. Bigelow's happy he's a Cards boy. I don't like saying this.
Ugh.
I know I don't like saying it.
Neither do I. I'm taking the Cardinals in a sweep.
Oh, God, that would be a bummer.
I don't care either way. Cardinals 2-1.
Okay.
A great rivalry, of course, the Padres at the Mariners.
When I think of West Coast baseball,
classic rivalry.
when I think of the baseball moving from east to west, this is what I think of.
I'll take the Mariners 2-1.
Mariners in a sweep.
Mariners 2-1. Screw you, Padres.
Is that what you
All
said
right,
to your dad?
we got a new prop this week.
Oh,
Okay.
my daddy's cool.
New prop. Schwarber versus Judge versus Ohtani.
My name is Judge.
Who hits who has the most weekend home runs? You can also pick a three-way tie or a two-way tie if you don't pick an individual.
What if you say no one has a home run? Could you get a
Well,
bonus?
that would be a
could you get
three-way tie.
Could you get a bonus point, though?
No. It'd just be a three-way tie.
That's a pretty cool prediction.
No,
though.
that's not it's just a three-way tie.
Nobody hits a home run.
So three-way tie.
Three-way tie.
I'll take Goat Toddy.
You see, he had a nice night on the mound last night, Nick. He was striking them out. They were like, cold, strike three.
I expect nothing less from probably the greatest baseball player ever.
Yeah, Happer says that sometimes. Cold, strike three.
Happer, Shohei, best ever, right? Exactly.
There you go. He knows.
Schwarber.
Okay.
I'm taking Schwarber.
Classic Cubs homer.
Time for the best soccer in the world.
Oh.
There's a drive. Way back. It might be. It could be. And it is.
La Liga.
That's Spanish for the Liga.
La Liga. This week's La Liga match of the day. It's Jose Vizcaíno, former Cubs infielder, versus Villanova.
Nice.
Who do you like?
I'll go with the baseball man because we're in baseball season.
People forget about Pompeii. I'll take Volcano.
They don't forget about Pompey. You never shut up about it.
By the way, I hit the point on this last week for picking a tie.
Nice.
But I'm going to go with Jose Vizcaíno.
Okay.
Apparently, there's a thing called the FA Cup.
The FA Cup, John, Chelsea and Man City. The total is set at 2.
2 goals scored.
The
I'm
total?
going, yeah, it's soccer. It's
I'm gonna-
soccer, Greg.
I'm going to
Calm
go with
down.
a push.
People don't forget. Damn it, John. I'm going with a push 2. No, I'll go with the over. Screw you, John. Bye, Chris.
Hi, Chris. Thank you.
I'll take the under, I guess. Why not?
Wow,
All right,
we're
someone's
covering
gonna win.
We're covering the gamut.
The minor major. Who wins the minor major?
Called
Right
the
now,
PGA. Oh, yikes, Nebraska. They're down
we
2-0.
got Mr. McFeely, Stuart Smalley. There's Matsuyama. There's my boy Got Her Up. There's Poltergeist. There's Jaeger. There's a lot of guys very, very tightly packed. Have they turned the PGA into like the U.S. Open? These are low scores.
Apparently, people
These
are
like
really
high
pissed.
scores.
Apparently, people are like legit
Oh, of
angry.
course.
Yeah.
Because these pampered, spoiled golfers, oh, I want to hit 19 under par.
Scheffler.
Matsuyama.
You're going to take Scheffler.
Yeah,
You're going to
Flying,
take
Josh.
Matsuyama.
Just Matsuyama. That sounds borderline racist
A
when you
little
say it that
bit.
way.
I'm going to pick my boy Got Her Up.
At least he didn't go full Roger Sterling.
That's all evil. Roger would have
Another new prop.
I want the.
This weekend, of course, Josh will be planted in front of his TV, in front of his Netflix to watch the big grudge match between Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano.
What?
Yes.
Ronda Rousey is still fighting?
Yeah, I had the same thought.
Yeah,
I'm good. Thank you.
Now-
I didn't realize she
now,
was still fighting.
Rousey is a huge favorite. She's minus 140 to win in the first round.
Okay.
So this
Over, under
prop
round?
is over under on the round she wins in. And obviously, if Gina Carano wins, then
So if you say over the 1.5, that second round, you're good to go?
yeah,
Over.
You're going to take the over?
Yep. Second round winner.
Was Gina Carano the lady in the Boba Fett?
Yes.
Oh.
And then they fired her because Star Wars got woke.
That's right. I'm going to take over.
I'm going to go under. I think Ronda Rousey beats the tar out of her.
Under?
Yeah, I think she beats her in the first round.
Woke Ronda Rousey?
I don't know what she is. Will
Definitely not
Nebraseball sweep Minnesota? The Gophers lead 2-0 in the third.
No, they're going to win the series 2-1.
I agree with Josh.
I think they will. They'll come back and win this game.
Okay.
And then they'll win tomorrow.
Okay.
Nebraska softball, their weekend run differential. We did this prop either last week or 2 weeks ago. The run differential that they have all weekend long.
Okay.
Minus 11.5. I think Grand Canyon held on and beat Louisville.
Okay. Over, higher, they're going to destroy them. Nebraska minus 11.5.
I'm taking Nebraska too.
Me as well. Easy peasy.
All right, that might have been too easy. And it's time for the main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
It's the NASCAR All-Star Race.
What are we picking this time?
3. Just pick 3 like we usually do.
Hamlin, Briscoe, Boucher. Or is it Boucher?
It's Chris Boucher, but that's close enough.
Should be Boucher.
I'll take Larson.
They're pronouncing it wrong.
Hamlin, and
Hamlin and
Reddick.
McGill.
I'll do Elliott, Hamlin, and Logano.
When you say Elliott, you got to do it like the movie. Elliott.
I haven't seen E.T. in years.
You need to watch it, Nick. It's a good movie.
Coming up next, we'll do some content.
What do we got in content today?
What do we got in content today?
Yeah, actually, what do we have in content today?
We have John Rahm got in trouble. The Tommy Trumpet guy, he might be in trouble. And one team went there with the Vrabel-Rossini affair.
Just one?
That's the only one I saw.
Weenies, all of them.
Charger, right? The Chargers.
Go,
yeah, Chargers,
exactly.
go. Okay.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
This is getting no hit. They got them right where they want them. 2-0 Minnesota in the top of the fourth. No hitter's probably going to end right here.
All right.
Time for some content, Nick.
Did Thursday Night Football get too many good games?
What kind of question is this? Too many good games?
Thursday Night Football's for the trash games.
No, not anymore, Nick. It's for the good games. No, I like that we have good games on Thursday.
Yeah, but if the more good games they get, the less good games we get on Sunday.
Here's the thing, though. There's no way in hell all these games will end up being good.
That's true. By the time we get to week 4, the Cowboys will be mathematically
Wrong.
eliminated.
They're going to be a playoff team this year. Read it and weep, folks. Giants, Commanders, that's a crappy game.
Wow. This is the first time the Dolphins haven't been on Thursday Night Football in a couple of years.
Yeah,
that's good.
Oh, but I thought you wanted bad games on Thursday.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be exposed to the Dolphins this year.
We should never be exposed to the Dolphins.
Hey, you can be exposed to them a little.
But you got Bills, Lions opening it up. Seahawks, Broncos, Bears, Patriots. Other playoff games. Let's see. Chiefs, Rams. The Chiefs weren't a playoff team. Vikings, Patriots late in the season.
Texans,
49ers,
Eagles
Chargers.
is a legitimately interesting game.
Wow, imagine saying that a few years ago.
Dude, Texas defense is awesome. But you're right. I would not have said that in 2022.
All of Al Michaels' bitching 3 years ago has paid
It's
off.
worked, man. It has absolutely worked. Seahawks, Broncos, that's pretty interesting as well.
Crazy. The Rams led the NFL with 7 primetime games in 2026, well ahead of the so-called America's team. Is it time we take this tired, inaccurate title away from the franchise masquerading as America's team and give it to a team that truly all of America can be proud of?
All of America can be proud of.
The Kansas City Chiefs.
So here's the problem, though. The Rams, if you're going to get into the red zone at the end of the NFC Championship game with an offensive genius as your head coach, got to score a touchdown there.
At least we were there.
That does sound really fun. I'm not going to lie.
It is crazy that the Rams have the
I couldn't
most
believe it.
primetime games.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
I couldn't either.
Honestly, to Nick's point, if in all seriousness, the Chiefs have become that. Their games rate better than it's them and the Cowboys by far right now. And with Patrick Mahomes back in week 1, it's going to make sense, right, John?
He's not going to be back in week 1. Chiefs got 6 primetime games. So too did the Bills, the Packers, and the Seahawks. But yeah, it's been a while since the Rams were
been a while.
This popular.
Well, isn't it weeks 1, 2, and 3, right? You have the
It's
Thursday
nuts.
night game, and then you have the Monday night game, and then a Sunday night game.
Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It is crazy.
Who do the Chiefs even have as a backup? Is it Teddy Bridgewater? He likes to pop
No,
up.
no. It's Justin Fields.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
That
Okay.
could be pretty bad.
Whoa. Speaking of bad. John Rahm apologized for hitting a volunteer with a divot after he took a swing in frustration during the first round of the 108th PGA Championship on Thursday. That was yesterday.
Yes, it was.
Rahm was a bit triggered after a bad approach shot, took a swing, and had suddenly the volunteer was hit with in the face. Need to somehow track him down to give him a present, Rahm said amidst his apology. Worth it to get hit in the face if you're the volunteer?
Yes, I was thinking about that this morning. If I'm the volunteer and I'm going to get a present from a golfer for getting it's just a little dirt and grass. I've been hit by worse on the golf course. That's going to be a nice gift unless John Rahm's a real piece of work. We're talking about something in value of thousands, I'm guessing.
A watch for sure.
That's exactly
watch.
what I was thinking. He's going to give the guy a nice watch. I will hit me in the face with your divot if you're going to give me a nice watch.
Chances are, though, it'll be something John Rahm already gets comped.
Sure, but I don't care.
Sponsors,
He has
but
to have
yeah.
a watch sponsor.
Yeah, it
sure.
won't cost him anything.
Yeah, but I'll take the free
Would you
stuff.
take a face shot for a Rolex?
A divot, yes, Nick. Yes, I would.
Dodgers reliever Edwin Diaz, the Tommy Trumpet guy, is linked to illegal cockfights in Puerto Rico.
Whoa.
Photos found by USA Today shows Diaz in Dodger uniform.
What?
In 2 Facebook posts advertising cockfights. Is this something MLB should address?
Yeah, they
cockfighting is illegal.
It is.
It's like dogfighting with Michael Vick.
Even in Puerto Rico, it is illegal.
Yikes.
Well, now the picture was just a standard picture. It wasn't something
he's
he
not
posed
like
for.
He's not like look at the.
But
look
I
at him
guarantee
fighting.
you,
Here's my
you,
chicken.
they didn't pay royalties to whoever took that picture, and it describes him as Edwin Sugar Diaz, cockfighting breeding legend or something.
Hello,
like this.
Whoa.
So, yeah, this is not a great look. By the way, there were 2 jockeys in the Kentucky Derby who are also Puerto Rican natives who were also found in all of this.
Not great.
No, it's not. It's not a great look, which is going to give plenty of ammunition to teams now as he comes onto the field.
That's crazy.
Well, guys, I know you didn't watch the schedule videos, but do you want my full breakdown?
I would love it, Nick.
I didn't watch any either.
What has happened to you?
I
This
was
is your
busy.
time.
I was so busy.
What were you doing?
Well, last night I watched the movie for Movie Club.
Yeah.
And then I went to bed early. And then today I had to do a bunch of stuff in preparation for coming here.
Wow.
I just didn't have time.
Nick has changed. I don't know if I like new Nick.
I only saw
Married
a couple
Nick.
of them.
Married Nick. Built model cars.
The
Clear-coated
Colts
it last night.
The Colts actually did a Simpsons one, which was very good.
Okay.
And they actually used actual scenes from The Simpsons. And they poked fun at themselves. Like the scene where it shows, X amount of days since the last accident at the nuclear power plant. They had a running count of the last time they beat Jacksonville on the road.
Oof.
Because that's
it was like 4,600 something days.
It's been like, I think, a decade.
So they were willing to poke fun at themselves.
Okay, good job by you.
The Raiders did one with
it was Kirk Cousins and
Fernando.
Fernando.
And Fernando doing a Step Brothers.
I saw a couple
which was
photos.
pretty good.
I love Step
Kirk
Brothers.
Cousins is a cheesily good actor.
Good.
Yeah.
Good for him.
He really pulled it off well.
Well, the Chargers appeared to be the only team to poke fun at the Vrabel-Rossini affair. Did Dave Portnoy's threat to sue scare off teams?
No, it definitely didn't. Honestly, I guess teams just decided that they didn't want to do this. So,
they did a Mario Kart?
So
No,
they
this
did
is Halo.
Oh, yeah, they
that's
did it.
true.
Okay, so that says next photo dump in 1 mile. Did you see the other part of this? Because I heard that the Chargers made 3 references. So I
only saw 2, and the second one was
that's the one that I saw.
the New York Post sent you a message.
Yeah, so there's apparently another one as well. I didn't watch the whole thing. I was just kind of scrubbing and trying to find whatever it was. I saw that part showed up. But yeah, Nick, they did Halo, so you'd probably love it.
That's sick. I love Halo.
You love Halo.
Halo's awesome. A second surgery has hit Malik Neighbors. The Giants wide receiver underwent a second procedure on his right knee earlier this offseason, a cleanup procedure after he tore his ACL to his knee on September. The Giants hope he's ready for week 1, but will he be ready or will he be like Patrick Mahomes?
He'll be like Patrick Mahomes, and the Giants are playing the Cowboys. Interesting. Good question, Nick. Topical. Involves one of our teams. I don't think he's going to be ready, John. Plus, their running back is a denier. Gosh, I forgot the thing for the second straight time with the inhaler. Asthma. He's an asthma denier. And then their quarterback just looks like a tool.
It's so weird to deny asthma.
He denies asthma. Of all the things.
Why would inhalers exist?
I know that there's deniers of like everything these days, but asthma denier was not something that I had on my bingo.
That's really weird.
I'm guessing that there might be some head injuries.
He might
involved.
already have the CTE.
Yeah,
he
I
might already have.
So,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know if Malik Neighbors is going to be ready. If he has to have a cleanup already after the original knee surgery in September.
Yeah. And finally, since it's the only time of year we actually talk about the NBA is during the playoffs, we're going to finish up on an NBA question.
Okay.
Referees are calling about 11% more personal fouls per game so far in these playoffs than they did during the regular season.
Whoa.
A differential that's on pace to be the largest in NBA history. And the league says these numbers make sense given the increase in intensity, but do you agree?
Well, if they're calling 11% more personal fouls, that means they're all happening against the teams that are playing Oklahoma City. Because they're obviously not happening to Oklahoma City.
This does make sense. I mean, we see this in the NCAA tournament. Everything's just a little bit tighter. Everyone's, going a little bit faster and a little bit harder. The NBA game in the playoffs is always a little more intense. Good question, Nick. I think it makes sense.
Thanks. I can't wait for the playoffs to be done in 8 months.
It'll be done in a month. You won't even have to deal with the end of it because it'll be the College World Series.
Well, yeah, no one's going to be paying attention, So.
What?
Everyone's going to watch the College World
to the
Series.
NBA Finals.
Yeah, all
'cause it's a
million
foregone conclusion.
viewers. Yeah. I mean, I can't wait to be there, though.
The thing that's great for the Omaha economy. As
I
we
love it.
discussed,
Oh, what a great segment that was.
Josh here out on job creators.
I love job creators. We just don't do those segments ever on our show.
And then when we do, you poo-poo it.
Well, I like talking sports.
That's why
not
we call
the-
you Mr. Poo-Poo
not
behind your
the
back.
not the economy.
It's the economy, stupid.
Nice. What is that from?
It was a debate.
Oh,
Debate
that's
me.
right.
Debate
That's
me.
Yeah.
Is that in the 80s?
We
Is
don't
that
have
88 or 92?
Yeah, we don't have to get into the full open, but what's for dinner tonight now? I'm still full from those wings.
Yeah,
I didn't even finish my wings. They were so huge.
We still have.
It's like eating a whole bird.
Because you ordered 12.
Yeah, I thought.
I ordered 6. I was like, I'm gonna.
That was a good. I didn't know how big.
Part of it, it was
They're
not
enormous.
Part of it was like, I just don't want to eat that much before the show, and then I was like, wow, I made a really.
I mean,
good
I just
decision.
went for the protein, no sides.
That's
and
true.
it
You
was
didn't
like-
get it. You didn't get any fries or tots. Yeah, I don't know. We have still some leftovers in the fridge, so I'll probably pop in there and see what's going on.
Yeah, I know. Our brats last night were great, by the way.
Oh, I saw brats in my fridge.
No free ads. I got this maple apple brat. It was
IV, baby.
awesome.
Oh, I bet they were good.
There was like this,
smile in every aisle, John.
Yeah.
there was like this garlic
ad.
Polish
No
sausage.
ad, no free
So
ad.
good. No free ads.
No free
I
ads.
don't know about tonight. We'll figure it out.
All right.
Well, if you haven't figured out what you're having for dinner, come on out to the Peaks. Each drink scenic views, $6 old fashions. Want to thank everyone here at Twin Peaks.
Thank you, Twin Peaks.
They were awesome today. Bethany was our server. She was great.
Yeah.
Appreciate all of the support out here.
Great seeing Jed. Shout out to Jed, listener
Jed was
Jed.
here.
His
Jed was
oldest son is getting married.
Yes,
Oh, I did
congratulations.
that.
Oh,
Nice.
Congratulations.
It's a great year for marriages. Everyone's getting married this year.
Everybody who
Everyone?
was not already married or has been married before and is getting remarried is definitely getting married this year.
Oh, you think Vrabel will get remarried this year?
Excellent question, Nick. But shout out to Jed. Shout out to the Burks family. He was
Yep.
telling me about everything going on this weekend. So happy for him and the whole fam. Happy to
Indeed.
see all of our great friends of the Grum here. What an awesome Friday. Warmest day of the year so far.
We did.
Warm.
Quick note, just be weather aware this weekend. We got a lot of chances for severe weather. I understand we're in a thunderstorm watch tonight here in Omaha, so just be mindful of the weather this weekend. Just be careful.
Absolutely.
It's been kind of quiet. It's like that first time we get ice and people don't know how to drive on the streets.
Excellent.
True.
The first
Excellent
time we get
comparison.
weather alerts, it's like, what does this mean? Yeah, you just gotta
Be on your P's and Q's.
be watchful.
By the
That's all.
way, the starting pitcher for Minnesota, Isaac Morton, he left the game just a few moments ago
Yeah.
with a potentially serious arm injury.
Oh, wow.
He'd only given up 1 hit so far, had 7 strikeouts. Minnesota up 2-0 in the top of the 4th.
Nebraska batting. All right. Well, that'll do it. Again, thanks to everyone at the Peaks. Thanks for everyone for coming out. Thanks for all of you for listening.
Thanks to Jake for hanging out back in the studio.
Yes,
Good job,
thank you,
Jake.
Jake. Great job as always.
Thanks to our boss for giving us a cool new wrap on the zone truck.
Thanks to our boss for
On
the cool new
1620
wrap.
the truck.
Oh,
Nice.
man. Have a great weekend, everybody.